Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Nutcracker tournament. Last day of the Battle of Generations, as a lot of people like to call it. Well, one more day of rapid chess, 4 more rounds, and everything is tight going to the last day. Well, the classical part, Kings had the advantage first couple of days, but then Princes managed to level the score. Same goes for Rapid. So 2 first many matches were won by the team of Kings, a team of more experienced players. But thanks and mainly thanks to the efforts of Andrei Yesipenko, the highest scorer in the tournament, the best individual result for the youngest player. Princes managed to level the score. You can pay attention to the result of the Rapid 3, so 3-1 in favor of Princes. Score is tight, and 4 rounds today will decide the team competition. Well, there is also a question who's going to show the best individual result. So Andrei Yesipenko, as I said, so far is leading in this nomination, 4 wins and undefeated. Just half a point behind him is Evgeny Tomaszewski, and those two are playing each other. Yesipenko having the white pieces in the first round today. So the time control, I believe I have to remind you, it's 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, so each round takes approximately 1 hour. Well, there have been cases, exceptional cases, where the game would last very, very long, like, for instance, yesterday's game between those two gentlemen. It took Boris Gelfand 88 moves to overtake Daniil Yufa in the last round. Yesterday, a very, very long endgame. It was a rook endgame, which transformed to queen's endgame later, and yeah, there was a really, really monstrous game won by Boris Gelfand in the end. So in this case, well, if the games last too long, the start of the next round might be a bit postponed, but for the time being, we have the schedule that each round starts, well, an hour sharp, so 3 p.m., which is time right here, right now. First round for the day supposed to be started, you can see. Then the next round is going to start 4 p.m. Moscow local time, 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. accordingly. So they kick off, the game started. Yesipenko once again goes for his beloved English opening. And welcome guys in the YouTube chat of Russian Chess Federation. I can see some messages here already. So that's, well, that's the platform. You can just pop in to say hi or suggest moves. Well, perhaps express your opinions on how the tournament's going. Right, and I believe it makes much sense to start with this particular one, the game between Yesipenko and Tomaszewski. Well, repeating the opening line that has already happened. I believe it was Yesipenko playing this one, well, till certain moments. As soon as we'll get the board on the screen, we'll take a look at it. The English opening with, 4 knights e4. That's, was it the classical? I believe it was in one of the classical games. Bishop to b4, d2, d3, d6, a3, then b4. I believe I've spent quite a lot of time explaining what it's all about. So black goes to b6 first, then puts the bishop on d4. So it's fight for d4 square. Well, that was, I do remember the game. It was Yesipenko versus Evgeny Nair, I believe, and Yesipenko has played rook to b1 in that one. This time he captures on d4 and goes bishop e2. And same as I was explaining during the classical part, if black is trading the bishop here, so well, opposite colored bishops on the board, right? Seemingly nothing wrong for black, but white kind of has the better knight, or the right knight exchanged, strangely enough. Yeah, the knight on a4 is not doing all that good, but the fact that white's f-pawn is unblocked and white can easier play f4 than black can play f5, and those are the thematic breaks in this position, makes the situation somewhat more comfortable for white. So after bishop e2, Black instead castle short played, bishop e6, bishop to e3. So first question, still a capture on e2, white is relatively happy with. And if black leaves the knight on d4, that's the big question. If white wants to capture on d4 very next move, like imagine black plays some sort of c7, c6. Does white really want to capture on d4? Well, structure-wise, of course, it's sort of an achievement, right? You can play f4. Well, you have some quasi-majority on the king side in this case. But how about this knight on a4 being out of place? So perhaps it's not what white wants. Yeah, with knight somewhere around d2 in this position, I would be extremely happy with white. With knight on a4, well, perhaps not that much. Bishop to e3, and that's the first moment in the game where Tomaszewski actually stops, starts to think over there. Perhaps pondering over the same question, should I react immediately to this bishop e3? Should I trade the knight on e2, or there is nothing wrong with keeping the knight on d4 for the time being and go for something else? Right, let's switch to some other games. The reminder that it happens to be a doubles Scheveningen, right? So for the rapid part, they'll play with the reversed colors compared to the yesterday's rounds. Evgeny Nair has the white pieces against Semyon Lomasov, Shirov has the white pieces against Sarana, and Daniil Yufa has white against Boris Gelfand. I'll start with this one. So another attempt to play the Catalan, this time against Boris Gelfand. Gelfand captures on c4, one of the very principled lines, a6, knight to c6, not letting white to get the c4 pawn easily, e2, e3, rook to b8, and yeah, and that particular moves order was considered to be not great for black because of knight f3 to d2. Knight f3 to d2, you cannot play b5 because the c6 knight's hanging, right? That's why, hence the knight from f3 goes to d2, not knight from b1 goes to d2. But yeah, in the modern state of theory, it turns out that black has a powerful e6, e5 move. And the theory goes like that, and as far as I know, it's considered to be quite good for black. Therefore, Yufa goes for queen e2, which is a real pawn sacrifice. Provokes b5, goes b3. Black swaps on b3, goes bishop d6, so white is playing down a pawn, but he has some promising chances to push the center forward, plus two semi-open files, an a file and c file. After castle short, white actually goes rook c1 immediately, so controlling both semi-open files. So white has some pressure, white has some compensation, and it's an early conflict on the board. Bishop to b7, knight e1, so once again somewhat mysterious move, but the knight is heading towards d3 and c5 later on. Queen to e8, well, this knight on c6 needs extra protection. Knight goes there, e5, bishop c6 and bishop to c6. What's that? de5 perhaps? Bishop c6, white is sinking. So de5, bishop e5, knight e5, queen e5 doesn't really work for white because the rook on a1 is hanging. It's like I was thinking the bishop on c6 might be hanging over there. Okay, so after this, Yufa goes for rook takes c6 first, queen takes c6, and then d takes e5. So this way, white gets a pair of minor pieces for the rook. Bishop e5, knight e5, but judging on the speed Gelfand entered this position, it does seem that he has everything analyzed. And I suspect he's planning to grab yet another pawn, and it will be once again a fight of the rook and passed pawns against two minor pieces. you've already had a kind of a bad experience in this kind of race. Was his game against Evgeny Tomaszewski from the Rapid, I believe. So now I'm wondering if it's Queen E6 and then capture on B3, or more, more active move Queen E4. No, Queen D5, okay. So it's kind of a mixture of the above. Yes, for some reason I was not looking at the D5 square. Queen D5 is good. Hits the knight, targets B3. That's one very sharp position there. So once again, if White would have been developed in some way, right? If this knight wouldn't be on B1 but on F3, I would just say White is much better, because typically in the middle game, with a lot of weaknesses, a lot of targets for the minor pieces, a pair of minor pieces is stronger than a rook, and the addition of a pawn or sometimes even two pawns does not change this. Does not change the assessment all that much. So I believe White would be much better. But as of now, White still has the knight on B1, rook on A1. It's like pieces somewhat awkwardly placed, and this, of course, gives black well, counter chances. I can see a question in a YouTube chat about Sarana's game. Let's see what happens there. Share of Sarana. The knight of, it seems, yeah, H3, E5, and knight B3. So we had a couple of H3, E5 knight ofs in Sarana's game against Evgeny Nair. Both times Nair actually went to E2. Knight B3 was a choice of Alexei Shirov. The bishop E7 goes for G4. Very similar to what you call an English attack, right? In the knight of, it's just that the pawn is on H3 instead of F3, which is, well, it's sort of the position with same ideas but with the twist, because here White has some extra options, like sometimes going Queen F3. Black, on the other hand, is not that scared of H4 and G5 quickly, because yeah, the G4 pawn is hanging in this particular line. So compare this one with F3, right, and pawn being on H2. Then of course, if you castle short, White will go H4, G5 very quickly. B7, B5, A4. Yeah, and I see the question was like if BA4 is actually a good move. Well, you'd be surprised, but it might be the best reaction Black has here, because after B4, knight D5, we are getting one of those typical positions on the queen side, where White actually gets quite a serious pressure, especially if he is on time to play A4, A5. And White having G2, G4 is not such a terrible weakness. In fact, well, the pawn on G4 fights against Black's typical F7, F5 idea. So this looks very promising for White at the very least. I mean, I'm not sure what the exact evaluation is yet. There are pros and cons, of course, like Black can try to swap the dark square bishops, but from the looks of it, it does seem to be beneficial for White. BA4 forces White to trade, to capture with the rook, and then it's like after the exchange of those pawns, and especially since the rook moved, yeah, for an obvious reason, White doesn't have castle long, and it does mean that it's either you try to slow down, play bishop G2, castle short, and then the question is, what's your pawn doing on G4, or you have to play the way Shirov does, G5, bishop G5, but in this case, you're attacking on one of the wings with your king being in the center, so guess what? Your opponent always going to have some sort of counterplay. Bishop D7, rook C4, bishop E6, and rook to G1, a really impressive move, just like that, leaving the rook, sacrificing the rook, for sacrificing the exchange, just leaving it attacked. Yeah. After bishop C4, I suspect, yeah, White, I mean, he can actually try to take on F6 intermediate, then take on C4, going for the light square compensation, right? It's like black has this silly bishop on f6, right? g5, I thought maybe bishop g5, but doesn't work. Yeah, the bishop on f6, which cannot fight for the d5 square. So white's going to install the knight on d5. The bishop's pointed towards the king. White has various queen h5, queen g4 ideas. In this case, looks very promising for white. So after rook g1, Sarana in fact replied with knight b to d7. Perhaps it is important to be able to capture on f6 with the knight, but after bishop h6, it might be him who's losing an exchange. g7 is hanging. A move like knight e8, well, it is a possibility, but it does look very, very scary. Like you abandon the d5 square, white can go to d5. If you happen to trade on d5, now if I'm playing white, I'm strongly considering capturing with the pawn, so this rook can actually be transferred over the fourth rank. Okay, not to h4 where it's taken, but to g4, for instance, doubling the rooks. Okay, so after bishop h6, I suspect g7, g6 might be the move black needs to play. This rook on c4 is still somewhat awkward, so if you capture the exchange, I suppose black takes with the bishop, and he still has a chance to win the exchange back, perhaps. If you start moving the rook away, that means you do give black some counterplay, right? Might be connected with knight, no, not knight h5. Knight h5 is just a blunder. While from positional standpoint, it would be nice to get the knight on f4, but knight h5, guess what? It's just queen h5. Okay, so there'll be an awkward choice after bishop h6, and so far Sarana was struggling in his knight-off. He did make a draw against Naya in the classics, but he has lost horribly during the rapid. Bishop h6, and well, the pressure's on black, and facing Alexei Shirov in the position where white has various possibilities to sacrifice is something you don't want to do. Well, we have one more game we didn't touch at all. Evgeny Nair against Semyon Lomasov. d4, not a usual move for Evgeny Nair. Perhaps it has something to do with the weird way Semyon Lomasov turns to play the Bogo-Indian defense. Well, he'd been struggling with black against Tomaszewski, he'd been struggling with black against someone else, I don't quite remember exactly, but I do remember there have been certain difficulties for Semyon Lomasov to equalize with black. So bishop to d3, bishop d2, queen d2, well, sort of an achievement for white. So he was not forced to play a2, a3, right? So black has played a5 and then ended up trading on d2 anyway, which he could have done over here, for instance. He could have traded on d2. So it might happen that a7, a5 is just a useless move. A loss of a tempo. Bishop b7, knight to c3, black captures on f3, goes d6, after castle long goes knight c6, and h4. So bishop f3, gf3, once again the position changed one more time. So this time white has the bishop, quite a powerful bishop on d3, can increase his influence in the center by going f3, f4, if he needs so, and black will have difficult time finding the safety for his king, because castling short with white having the g-file open doesn't seem like a good idea. Castling long with b6 played and not having the light square bishop as well seems somewhat optimistic. a4, trying to push it to a3, white reacts with a3 himself now, queen to d7, king to b1. Potentially the pawn on a4 is a weakness. So I do like white here. Imagine, one of the possible ways to play for white would be to put this rook on g1 and then go queen d1, bishop c2, targeting this pawn for a few times. Looks really, really dangerous for Lomasov. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time yesterday saying how well, how the chances for the younger team improve when they go to a rapid time control. But first couple of rounds, it was actually the king, you know, the experience was playing the bigger role, and only then in round 3 the princes took over to level the score. Boris Gelfand has improved his result tremendously when it came to the rapid chess. Yesterday he spent the day undefeated with 2 wins, and it's only Alexei Shirov who struggles in the rapid so far. One of the games he lost on time that was especially painful against Semyon Lomasov. Well, Alexei Shirov with Serena, we are coming back to this one, knight e8. So, as I said, that seems to be a very, very dangerous choice. Knight to d5, knight f6, queen f3. Once again, if you capture on d5, white takes with the pawn, and then the 4th rank is clear for this rook to be shifted towards the king side. King to h7, somewhat provocative move. Let's see what white can do, if white can do anything. Bishop g7 doesn't seem to work, so that means perhaps white will have to move the bishop back. There's nothing wrong with a move like bishop d2, for instance. The position is still very, very sharp. Yeah, still no move after king h7. Shirov is thinking that means perhaps that he has spotted some way to sacrifice a piece. Otherwise, yeah, bishop d2 looks... Yeah, he does play bishop d2. Bishop d2 looks natural. Back to d2. Sometimes bishop a5 is a threat you have to reckon with. Okay. So what shall we do? Let's visit Yasipenko and Tomaszewski again. Right? We've seen it some time ago. After bishop e3, yeah, that was the moment Tomaszewski has. Well, he actually spent like nearly all of his time left with 3.5 minutes, and ended up capturing on e2, going knight g4, and saying, "I'll be the first to play the to move the f pawn forward." So after knight c3, f5 was played. E takes, bishop takes, f2, f3. And now I believe there should be nothing wrong with capturing on e3, but Evgeny Tomaszewski decided to keep the knight. d4, captures on d4, queen e8, queen d2, and queen to f7, hitting the c4 pawn. Well, black seems to be solid, but still both of those pieces are, well, somewhat restricted with white's f3 pawns, and no e4 nor g4 square. Right, so white having more space does look somewhat better to me. There is, well, let's see. If there is a possibility not to play c5, but to go rook c1, yeah, precisely, that's what Yasipenko does. Rook to c1, point being, if black captures on c4, there is rook f6, bishop f6, and then rook f6 runs into knight d5, and this one is hanging with a check, plus it's discovered attack on the queen. So bishop f6 you'll have to capture with the pawn, and then still knight d5, the queen's hanging, the c7 pawn's hanging. There is also a check on e7 which is threatening, so black pretty much is forced to go there. White trades, goes rook d1 with a tempo, then captures on c7, gets much better structure, perhaps close to winning advantage. So after rook a c1, c4 pawn is something you don't want to take. Bishop e6, however, once again, well, the threat of capturing on c4 is re-established. But now it's the moment you go c5, perhaps. You can still capture on f6, because queen f6, knight d5, positions like that sometimes are somewhat unpleasant for black. So this knight is on d5. If you capture it, well, in this particular case, white might as well take with the queen, because it's with a check, and then the pawn on b7 is hanging. But from, let's say, from my experience, even this simple capture on d5 with the pawn and then pressure along the c file kind of guarantees white a stable edge. So after bishop e6, yeah, bishop takes f6 and knight d5 is a possibility. c5 is always the move. But yeah, but after c5 I suspect black just goes rook d8. Should be okay. Yep, c5 played. And now, and after c5, black actually decided to capture on c5 quickly. Bishop takes c5. That's once again is an interesting position of the imbalance in the pawn structure. So white has 3 versus 2 on the king side, black has the same on the queen side. Guess what? As long as the queens are on the board, the opposite colored bishops are not the drawish factor, but instead, you know, benefit the side who has, well, the king side attack prospects, right? And having one more pawn on the king side means you have the king side attack prospects. Rook to d8, I suspect queen f2. So the rook would be hanging a7 pawn. I don't think you're interested in capturing the a7 pawn just yet, because after b6 the bishop might be trapped. So to rook f8, well, now you have to decide. Well, apparently with black's rooks being put on the central files, white cannot really avoid a trade of at least one pair of the rooks. So, but you have to decide if it's rook to d1 or rook to e1. Feels like this rook needs to be moved, but ideally you are looking for something like that. Rook to e1, bishop to d4, swap one pair of rooks, and then on this diagonal with the help of queen on g3, try to provoke some further weaknesses. So now Yesipenko is thinking after rook f8. Well, the position looks, well, just a tad more pleasant for white, but combined with the time advantage, I believe Tomaszewski will have some problems to solve here. And let's go back to Ufa and Gelfand. A lot of stuff has happened here since we left. After queen d5, white went for bishop c3, knight e4, queen d3, trying to trade the queens. Rook goes to d8. Trade happened, bishop d4, c5, knight c3. Well, a tactical point of bishop d4. Now, apparently rook d4 would have been dangerous. So black wins the material back, but then after dc5, the c pawn, plus the fact that the a6 pawn is hanging would mean that the position is in white's favor. So after knight c3, Boris, I believe, correctly decided that it's better to play with the rook against 2 minor pieces, but still have some chances with the queenside pawns. f6, rook to d3, bishop e1, rook takes on b3, rook takes on a6, and king to f7. So once again, that's a really, really dangerous position for white because of those passed pawns on the queen side. We've seen Ufa losing to Tomaszewski, somewhat similar scenario. It was an extra piece for Ufa and 3 and later on 4 pawns for Tomaszewski for this piece. So this time it's only 2 pawns, but I mean two connected passers, right? It's 1 pawn and the rook against 2 minor pieces, which for the time being are not perfectly coordinated. So white might be in trouble there, probably is in trouble there. The knight on c6 somehow runs into well, some problems with its mobility. Perhaps knight a5 is what you have to do. I mean, it's an awkward move, I do understand that, but at least it's a move with the tempo, so you hit the rook. And well, he starts with rook b6. Starts with rook b6, yeah, that's possible. Well, actually kind of threatening knight a7. Kind of threatening knight a7 to hit the rook and the pawn. So now the question is if black can play b4 and, you know, just run those pawns forward. Okay, rook b6, Gelfand thinking. In this game there is no dramatic difference on the clock, so we can switch to something else. I'm guessing I can see Shirov, well, last Shirov's move is a check, so I thought maybe already something had been sacrificed here. After bishop d2, yeah, so back to Shirov and Sara now. a5 was played, rook goes back to a4, so really coming back to this discussion in the chat, if ba4 was a good move, and there was some concern expressed about the a6 pawn, indeed the a pawn is lost in this game, so might be that, yeah, ba4 was the start of his trouble. Bishop d5, ed5, e4, queen e4, knight c7, so black starts to imitate the activity, but runs into the combination. Could check from h4, and then rook g7 sacrifice, and bishop h6. It's just completely winning, right? So if you go to g-file, you're checkmated in 2 moves. If you go to h-file, wherever you go, it's at the very least, and probably there is nothing better, but it's good enough. Capture on f8 with a check, then capture on e7, and Shirov's completely winning. Yeah, king h7, bishop f8 is on the board. White will be 2 pawns up, and really in control of the position. The king is weak as well. So bishop e7, queen e7, and perhaps just play c2, c4, then land the knight. Ah, well, now hang on a second. Knight c6 wins immediately, right? Knight c6, and then a f6 knight is lost. So Shirov is about to score his first victory in the rapid, it seems. Aha, so king g6 was played in order to try to keep the knight on f6 protected. And then, yeah, I can see, guys, hi Patrick in the chat, and I can see you guys are confused, but I keep telling this, the leading broadcast for this one, the leading coverage is in Russian language, and sometimes the Russian commentator is talking about the game on the video, and I'm switching to some other game. So, well, the camera view and the analysis board do not always match each other. But now we are switched to Shirov, in fact. Right, so as we've established, after bishop f8, king g8 would lose a piece, right? So black has little choice but to go forward to keep the knight on f6 protected, check, and then to go forward again, and h4, and there is nothing to be done. h4, and yeah, queen g5 checkmate is threatening, knight g4, bishop h3, the game's over. So nice early victory for Alexei Shirov. He has a half an hour to rest to prepare for the next game. We are left with 3 games, and let's waste no time. Let's see what happens in the game of Evgeny Nair, the other game mentioned in the chat, and the other game which seemingly goes in favor of the older team, the team of kings. Well, we've seen king b1, and e5 was the move Semyon Lomasov has played. As I said, yeah, perhaps black needs to take some action in the center, because otherwise the a4 pawn is weak. White will get a dominant control over center after f3, f4, so e5. I'm not sure if it's a good move, but if you want to play e5, that's a perfect timing for that. Knight to d5, knight takes, c takes, knight goes back to e7, de5, de5, queen to c3, queen to c2. So first provoke f6, then queen to c2, target h7, rook a5. And yeah, so white can capture on h7, but seemingly can't keep the d pawn. Well, can he go d6, maybe? The d6 force black to take with the pawn and then capture the pawn on h7. Or is he running into some sort of rook c5, rook d5. Yeah, that's funny. I know, wait, there is a square on e4, so first I'm doing this, and then that's still tricky, right? Queen e4, black trades. I was thinking f5, but there is a check from a8. So perhaps d5, queen back to c2. White still looks... Oh no, hang on, there is f5 and the bishop is lost. No. This one doesn't really work. Yeah, if bishop h7, there is f5. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. Alrighty, then it's not that simple, because the d5 pawn is hanging for real. If you play e4, you shut down the diagonal for your bishop. Black gets an outpost on f4 for the knight, so the position would be much trickier than it originally looked. Yeah, maybe Lomasov is getting some chances. A rook to c1 played by Evgeny Nair, hitting c7 pawn, and now, of course, yeah, if the rook takes, I suspect it's some bishop move connect. Oh, wait. What's the move in this case? Because I thought bishop e4, but then, in fact, after rook c5, the c7 pawn survives. The c7 pawn survives. I'm somewhat puzzled by this rook c1. Because knight d5 guarding c7, yeah, then white, of course, is very happy. He captures on h7, he has the access to all the light squares after bishop h7, and there is no f5 trick, but there is rook takes d5. Rook c5 first, intermediate move, well, once again, absolutely logical. Yeah, queen goes to e2, then apart from other things, black can trade on c1 and castle short. Yeah, black is not without a chance in this position. What's on our screen? It's Ufa versus Gelfand. Ufa desperately trying to stop those pair of pawns. After rook b6, rook a8 was played by Boris Gelfand. Tries to activate the other rook, go to a1. White blocks the a file with bishop a5, b4 and e4. And rook just went to a3. Okay, practically, well, that was the other interesting option I was considering. So what happens if white sacrifices the bishop for a pair of pawns? I mean, what kind of position is that, for instance? It's like I imagine if rooks are traded off, then white actually has very good chance for a draw, 4 versus 3. Well, especially if he doesn't lose the pawn immediately. Like, say, a pair of rooks comes off, and the king gets to e3, the knight gets to d3, so white has all of his stuff together. I believe he has a very good chance to survive. But it might be problematic to establish that. Let's see. There is a check on b7, right? But then, where the king is going? I mean, if you force the king to go to f8, then at the very least you capture on b4 right now. It looks like an improved version of the previous line. Or you might as well have bishop b6 in this particular case with king on f8. So after rook b7, king f8 is not a great move. King e6 is an option, certainly. Knight d8 in this case, and black is going in with the king, like king e5 and king d4 if there is one more check, or king takes on e4. Very sharp position again. I mean, this particular one looks very promising for black indeed. Let's see. So rook b7, king goes there. Any idea to checkmate the king, like go to c7 and then after... Yeah, those pawns are not moving all that fast, right? But there is rook a6, that's the moment white actually hits this knight. Or maybe that's a better chance for a draw. If I sack the knight and not the bishop, this might be a better chance for a draw. It's really hard to say, you know. Once again, if rooks are off and white doesn't lose the e4 pawn immediately, I would dare to claim it's just a draw. But white might not be on time to do so. Like if the rooks are traded, you go f3, and then black cuts your king on the first rank and perhaps gets some winning chances, even though this one would still be very tough to win. g4, put the bishop on g3. If the king starts coming from the other side, there is time for bishop f2, king g2. So rook b7 check played. That's a very intriguing endgame there. And meanwhile, let's switch to something else. That's Nair and Lomasov playing. After queen e2, rook goes back to a5. So I really wonder what's the deal here. h5, finally castling short. After bishop c4, king goes to h8, rook h, g1, and rook back to c5 one more time. Bishop a2 played by Evgeny Nair. So no surprise, black can no longer capture on d4. He'll lose the knight because of a pin, it seems. Still, black's position looks terribly dangerous. Rook takes c1, rook takes c1. The fact that the pawn is on a4 as well, so even in the endgame the pawn will be weak, right? The fact that white has the pawn on h5 covering g6 allows him in the right moment to go e4 to support his d5 pawn and not abandon the square on f4. Okay, knight went to f5, will be put on d6, I reckon. That will be awkward though. After queen c2, what do you do? It's like you'll be almost forced. Queen c4, okay, more or less the same idea. You'd be almost forced to go rook c8, right? Or hang on a second. In this case, rook c8's played. Queen to g4. It's a very annoying pin. Rook to d8 guards the queen. Yeah, the deal is if black has one more tempo to put the knight on d6, he kind of solidifies everything. And after king a1, yes, knight d6 is a possible option, and it's played. Right, queen e6 is a right choice. Originally, I've missed queen e6. Yeah, that's very unpleasant move for black. So, in fact, after knight d6, he needed one more move to prevent queen e6 by going f5, and then he would have been okay. But with queen on e6, it's so awkward because whenever you take, you give white a very dangerous passed pawn on e6, so you practically cannot take it. h6. Because white was perhaps threatening to play h6 himself, and bishop b1, so another shift, another switch. So the king is paralyzed here, bishop might be put on g6, black is practically paralyzed. c7, c5 though, after bishop b1, that improves the situation. So, well, both sides keep missing tactical options, right? Bishop goes to g6 and c5, c4. Both apparently being very, very low on time. Yeah. Now that I've paid attention, I do have the time on next to the digital board. Sometimes it's a little bit behind the actual clock setup, but yeah, it's clear both players playing on seconds. And Nair eventually decides to trade on d7 to be able to bring the king to c2, c3, b4. Well, they are playing really, really fast, and it's really hard to tell what's going on there. And on the camera view, we have Gelfand and Yufa. I believe Gelfand went for the sharpest line with, after rook b7 check, yeah, let me find the game. After rook b7 check, Gelfand went with the sharpest line with king e6, bishop b6, rook to c3, trying to guard the pawn on c5, knight to e7, knight to d5, rook c1, king e4, knight c7. Well, the feeling is like white randomly moves the pieces and black makes more and more progress there. So now, just put the rook on a2, it seems, right? Put the rook on a2, yeah. That's played. Rook a2, knight to e6, targeting the c5 pawn. What happens if black moves the c5 pawn? Back to d5, yeah, king d5, okay. But now, can white... No, white can't capture. I was hoping that white can capture on c5. Rook c5 takes there, but then the b pawn is too far advanced, right? If you start capturing those, I believe black will simply promote the pawn. So like go b3, in case of rook b7, there is king c4, and then rook a5, rook b5. But yeah, but it seems there is no choice involved for Daniil Yufa, so he's going for this particular line, captures on g7. Well, let's see. Boris immediately plays rook a6, so that to have rook b6. I think he'll be... So once again, Gelfand teaches his younger opponent a lesson, right? In the endgame. So, well, he has won the endgame yesterday. Okay, rook h7. Let's see how he's planning to stop the b pawn. b3. Yep, b3 played. So is it a check or rook b7, or perhaps it's just the same, because after a check there is rook c6, right? 10 seconds left, rook c7, rook c6, okay. So black puts the rook on b6 first. After this check, king perhaps just goes to b4, where you have to play rook c1. After b2, you put the rook on b1, king c3, h4. Well, there is still some sharpness, right? b2, yeah, king goes to c3, and white, I'm not sure if white's going to play h4 here, because he might want to start moving the king forward. But it'll be 2 pawns against the rook, right? h4 played, king to c2. Now the question is, does it matter if you capture on b2 immediately, or move the... Well, actually moving the rook might be terrible because of rook d8 and then rook d1. So I'm afraid Yufa is forced to capture on b2, or possibly go rook e1. Yeah, rook e1 might work. I mean, if you want your opponent to have the... Yeah, rook e1, precisely, because now after rook d8 you do not really care, you push the pawn. After rook d1 there is a check on the second rank, and you can capture the pawn on b2. So still some sharpness here. Still some sharpness here after rook b1. Feeling is has to be winning for black objectively, but you know, on seconds anything can happen, even to such an experienced player as Boris Gelfand is. Yesipenko makes a draw against Tomaszewski. That's the final position. I'm not sure if there was anything really dramatic going on. Meanwhile, Yufa has to sack the rook on b1 and goes with king f3. So black's task is to bring the king back. That's very important, to bring the king back. Yeah, that's one tricky position. Boris has 1.5 minutes. He will be trying to work out the most precise line to, you know, to stop those pawns and to convert an extra rook. King to d3. So just quickly we'll check the other game. Seems that Nair is very close to a victory, both being on seconds. So let's go back. Yeah, it looks like Nair's going to win, so it will be +2 for the kings, and possibly even +3 if Gelfand converts. Yeah, so that's a really, really huge step forward. Well, and after king f4, yeah, rook f1 is a really, really painful move. Seems king f4 was a mistake. I mean, maybe there is no such thing as a mistake in the position when you're lost, but it's like, might have been that g4 or even h5 was better. Point being, you only play king f4 where black has the king on d4. No, but this never works, right? Check, king goes here, h5, you just put it on f5, h6, you go there, you capture with the check, you stop the h-pawn. Yeah, so that's a winning position for Gelfand. They've just reached this one, h6, yeah, and rook g2, that's it, just on time. There was no need, to be honest, but yeah, but this one is the most convincing. So +2 for the kings. They already secured the mini-match victory in round 1 of today's Rapid, and let's see if Evgeny Nair will convert his advantage as well. Does seem to be very close. Even trading the rooks should be good enough, but yeah, Neuer still continues to explore the same recurring motif. So using the d5 pawn as the supporter for the other pieces. Remember, there was queen e6 and black was not able to take on e6 because then d pawn would improve. Now after rook c6, rook takes. Yeah, you just take with the pawn, right? What's the... Yeah, just takes with the pawn, c7 and bishop d5 checkmate. Bravo, Evgeny Neuer, and yeah, bravo to the team of kings who crushed the princes in round one. Gelfand winning with the black pieces, and Neuer and Shirov defeating their opponents with the white pieces. 3.5-half and 3 points lead with 3 more rounds to go. That's a huge result for the team of kings, of course. Right, well, so far the round was not very long one, so that means the next round is going to start just on time, which is 4 p.m., which is like in 12 minutes. So let me take a quick break. After 10 minutes, I'll be back on air and we'll continue with the Battle of Generation, with the last day of Nutcracker tournament. Welcome back to Nutcracker tournament, the Battle of Generations. We still have 3 more rounds to go, 3 more rounds of rapid chess. The team of Kings won very convincingly the first rapid round of today, 3.5 halves, so 3 points lead going to the last 3 rounds. And I was checking the individual statistics. Still, Andrei Yesipenko is the leader when it comes to individual score. His last draw against the closest rival, Evgeny Tomaszewski, allowed him to stay at the very top. Boris Gelfand has improved his result dramatically during the rapid portion. And, well, that was about it. First win for Alexei Shirov in the rapid chess just happened in the previous round. And the second round of today, so it makes it 6 overall, has just started. The pairs are Tomaszewski at your screen with white against Alexei Sarana. Boris Gelfand has the white pieces against Andrei Yesipenko. Boris was very unhappy not to win with black yesterday. He had a very, very promising position. Evgeny Nair with the black pieces against Daniil Yufa, and Alexei Shirov with black against Semyon Lomasov. So we start with Nair and Yufa, another Catalan played by Daniil. Once again, avoiding early knight f3, but putting the bishop on g2 here. Point being precisely after bishop b4, the ability to play knight d2, and it's not a pawn sacrifice in this case. However, after castle short, knight f3, black can still try to capture the pawn on c4. So let's see what Nair comes up with. So with the usual moves order, with knight on f3, check, knight bd2. This one is the real pawn sacrifice, because after bishop g2, black can actually play c6, b5, try to keep his extra pawn. Well, in our case, b7, b6 was played, castles, bishop to b7, b3, so we are transposing it to some sort of Queen's Indian defense, right? So position from the Queen's Indian defense, with black having the bishop on b4. Perhaps he would prefer the bishop to be on e7 in this position, but at the same time, white has committed to knight d2. And with bishop on e7, you know, and white having the liberty to choose, of course, he would prefer the knight on c3, more active, has more impact on the center, the knight on c3 compared to knight on d2. I remember Alex Grishuk in one of the similar positions, and, well, in his characteristic manner, spending like half an hour on each move, ended up playing knight d2 to b1 at some point. Okay, rook to e8, bishop to b2, so far natural moves, and, well, this is not the game you expect to go crazy right from the start, right? So this will be some maneuvering, some preparation, and only then, but if as soon as white carries out e2, e4, for instance, the center explodes and something happens. In fact, white perhaps will try to postpone the capture on d5, especially since black has played rook e8. So if you ever capture on d5, if something like this happens, you cannot justify black's rook e8 move. So after a5, a3 was played. I don't think black is going to capture, so it's either bishop d6 or all the way back to f8, yeah. Naya chose the second option, bishop back to f8, and then white's supposed to, as I said, not to take on d5, but try to do, well, rook to c1 played by Daniil Youfa. I was thinking of queen c2, you know, so you connect your hopes with knight e5 move and later on e2, e4. Rook c1, yeah, once again a useful move. Rook will be quite useful on the c file. So now the real question is if Naya should or should not play c7, c5, because you can postpone it. Well, he does c7, c5, so the tension in the center, and then, as very often happens, the side which starts trading those pawns typically does not benefit from it. So you try to keep the tension, you try to keep those 4 pawns like that, and maneuver your pieces so that if your opponent starts capturing, it's beneficial for you. Yeah, not sure how to illustrate this, like say go queen c2, or maybe, you know, sometimes what they do, they actually play rook c2 in order to put the queen on a1 in order to put the rook on c1, same as in the Reti opening. That's also possible. So you build the battery on the diagonal, and then the rooks go to c file. Okay, but as I said, this is going to be a long battle, so do not expect like an immediate action. Let's switch to something else. Semyon Lomasov against Alexei Shirov, the Naidov with bishop g5, e6, f4, queen c7, and queen to e2. After queen c7 doesn't have all that great reputation, I have to say. So people tend to prefer the poison pawn variation with queen b6, or as it's played in modern chess, I still have no idea why they tend to include h7, h6. I mean, there is certainly a point to it, but h6, bishop h4, and then queen b6, that's what the Naidov specialists do here. Queen c7, as far as I remember, one of the recipes is just to take on f6, and this Richter-Rauser's, the structure which is characteristic to Richter-Rauser variation of the Sicilian, which is 4 knights d6 for us mortals. This was considered to be good for black, like this center, but nowadays people know how to play against it, and I believe that this one is considered to be very nice for white, this particular position. Queen e2, opting for an early e4, e5 is of course a legit move as well. Bishop to e7, and yeah, it seems that both players are early out of book. Shirov spent nearly 4 minutes on his last move. Lomasov pauses after bishop e7, so it's clear that yeah, he's not at the very least he's not certain what exactly is the next move. I mean, the ideas are pretty similar. You're supposed to castle long in these positions. You're supposed to go g4. Then, since the queen obstacles the bishop's development, you don't go for bishop d3, but bishop g2 instead. Very often you capture on f6 and then go g5 quickly. So castle long first step in this direction has been made. Right, castles long. This Naidov promises us a very, very interesting fight, of course, but so far it's too early to speak of it. So let's try to cover the other games. Tomaszewski against Sarana. Ah, well, I love this line. That's another. I love the other line, it turns out. It's not the line I love. It looked very similar to the Slav defense that I thought it's the same line. Imagine black having, yeah, bishop f5, rook e1, and imagine black having the bishop on e7, the pawn on e6, instead of bishop on g7, pawn on g6. That would have been the line I've meant. But over there, yeah, back to b3, knight d7, knight h4, something like that. That's actually an interesting position. How does that compare to the Slav that I've mentioned? Oh, well, at the very least, the benefit for white, it's not that equal, it's not that symmetrical, because that's very often the case with the symmetrical Grunfeld, queen b3, castles, queen b6. Why on earth black decided to capture on c4? Well, I want to doubt this decision of Alexei Sorona. I believe the theoretical move is rook to d8, kind of the main move. Okay, queen b3. So now, this kind of endgame is considered to be unpleasant for black typically, because the rook has some prospects on the a file, and well, you just have difficulties keeping the blockade on e4, because white is threatening knight h4. There is sort of a positional threat of knight h4. Knight d7, and yeah, and now it's a very important question if white can play knight h4. So the d4 pawn is hanging compared to the Slav line. It's not exactly the same, because in the Slav, as I have already said, it will be the pawn on e6 and the bishop on g7, so it would have been a bit different. Okay, knight d7, up to Tomaszewski to prove the white's advantage in this one. So once again, knight h4 seemingly runs into knight d. Yeah, well, queen d4, bishop e3 with the tempo. Queen goes, and black has to control the e4 square. And then white captures on f5. You need to take with the pawn. White captures on e4, and eventually takes the pawn on b7. This looks very promising for white, I would say. So a pair of bishops at the very least, and possibly an extra pawn, because the knight's hanging, the c6 pawn is hanging. So I do like knight h4 for Tomaszewski. It does seem to work. H4, yeah, if knight c3, you are happily capturing with the pawn. What else can be done? Bishop take. Oh well, yeah, bishop takes makes the difference compared to the Slav line, right? So bishop takes on e4. Black can actually capture here. Well, it's a really messy position, right? Because black can capture here. White takes. Black takes on e4. White wins the exchange with bishop h6, and probably is better. Yeah, white is just an exchange up. f6 trade. There is some compensation. It's a bishop on e4 and the pawn for an exchange, but objectively white has to be better. And otherwise, after bishop e4, if you happen to take on f2, that's, well, maybe this one is good for black, in fact. There is a check. Yeah. So after bishop e1, white perhaps has to trade on b6 first and only then take on e1, getting two minor pieces against the rook and two pawns. Okay, then it's unclear. Anyway, first step in this direction, knight to h4, is played. We'll see how this unfolds. This might turn to be very sharp one. And finally, Gelfand against Yesipenko. So a lot of opening moves were practically blitzed out, I believe. It's a Catalan once again, Catalan with a6, a4, bishop d7, something similar we've seen yesterday. After bishop c6, bishop g5, knight d2, not to c3 but to d2, h6, trade here, rook fd1, queen to d3, b3, and e4. It's just that a lot of people prefer not to play e4 in this position, instead go for e3 and try to maneuver slowly. Gelfand says, I want the center, puts the queen on c3, after b6 goes rook e1 to guard this pawn with the rook so that the knight is free to go to c4. Gelfand is considered to be a huge expert in the Catalans. He was the one to bring it to elite stage. I believe he was the one pushing various new ideas in the Catalan, and I believe he still has something to say in all of those modern lines. I'm not sure if this particular one is the modern line. Rook e1, yeah, so white has a Trafford Catalan play. knight on e5, knight on c4, rook a1 to d1, concentrating stuff in the center, then going for, or rather looking to play d4, d5 under favorable circumstances. Black gets the square on b4 for his knight, so we'll get some stability. This bishop goes to b7, and black's task will be to carry out c7, c5 in the right moment. Yespenka's thinking after rook e1. So do we have an update in any of those positions? Yes, Yufa and Nair, I believe they've reached move 16. So what has happened there? a5, we've seen c5. Well, Yufa says, I want to take here right now. Bishop captures, knight to d7, a4. So the setup like that. Queen to b8, knight e5. King captures, and b6, b5, quickly trying to solve the issue of this b6 pawn being somewhat weak. If white trades on b5, and perhaps he has to do it. Wondering if he has or doesn't have to do it. So it's like capture on b5, queen b5, those inevitably come off, and then black perhaps is trying to prove that the b3 pawn is just as weak as a5, if not weaker. And yeah, and thanks Karsten for mentioning that Lomonosov-Shirov is still a theory. Well, like in neither, pretty much anything is the theory. That's the trick, right? Both of them though spending quite some time. Bishop e7, castles h6, bishop h4, knight goes to c6, and g2, g3. That's curious. Not g4, but g3. So perhaps avoiding the ideas with g5. This could be the explanation. g5, f takes, and then the bishop on h4 is not protected, so there might be some moves like knight d7, or sometimes even knight h7, and then, you know, then black captures on g5. So that's my attempt to logically explain the g2, g3 move. So that means white is not going for g4, g5, but instead is planning to play g2, bishop g3, bishop to g2, and look for the opportunity to break in the center with e4, e5. Sometimes I believe the knight d5 thematic sacrifice might work as well. Okay, and black is sort of stuck a little, right? Because b5 you have to reckon with capture on c6 and some bishop g2 quickly. b5, well, takes there, and e5, is that the idea? This could be an idea, because if you capture on h1, white seemingly has ef6 followed by bishop g2. Alright, so there was the game, it turns out. In 1992, Thomas Luther played against Alexander Wojtkiewicz with this g3 move. So b5 might be dangerous for black, and instead perhaps a move like, well, bishop d7 is somewhat suspicious. And let's agree we are no longer talking neither variation, right? Since this knight's appearance on c6, it's the Richter-Rauser. And okay, knight takes d4, that makes sense. Knight d4, rook d4. Now the question is, well, queen to c5, targeting the rook, planning for g5. Well, if it was a game of Thomas Luther, perhaps it would be nice to ask him what did he meant in this case after queen c5, because g5 is really an issue. It seems white's forced to go rook c4. I mean, at the very least he can trade on f6, but this never been considered good. Like trading your bishop on f6 and not getting any benefits. That's like bishop f6, rook d3 keeps the material even, right? But black just has pair of bishops, can play b5 in this case. Don't really see what's the problem with b7, b5. So to queen c5, white will have to continue in a fancy manner, like rook c4, for instance, and possibly then going for some exchange sacrifice or something, like rook c4, then continue with e5 perhaps. That will be wild, I believe. Because bishop f6 is just an unpleasant position for white out of the opening. Okay, Tomaszewski Sarna, some developments there as well. After knight h4, knight takes c3 was played by Alexei Sarna, to which Tomaszewski has replied with knight e5, knight f5. Interesting. Knight e2, you pretty much have to do that, otherwise your position is just worse. Rook takes, g f5, and I believe rook takes e7 is what white's supposed to do. Well, there is d4, d5 as an alternative. Maybe that is the move Tomaszewski is thinking about. d6, d5, so that if black captures now, you take on e7. Black is up a pawn, but all of his pawns are weak, right? So that's why Evgeny Tomaszewski is thinking it's not only rook takes e7, but there is also an alternative to play d4, d5 immediately. Ends up capturing on e7. Black perhaps goes for rook d8 here, because you don't want to move the knight, then in this case b7 pawn is hanging. So apparently you go for rook d8, maybe even this rook to d8. So that, no, wait, that was particularly embarrassing. It's like either this rook to d8, or you trade the queens and then go with the other rook to d8, so that the rook from a8 guards the a7 pawn. That was the idea. Okay, looks promising for Evgeny Tomaszewski, I have to say. I wouldn't mind having this position, so a pair of bishops and some weaknesses to black's king side. Lomasov goes for e5, so, well, so this is heating up now. There was a suggestion in the chat to go rook d3 and e5 after g5. Might have been possible as well, right, might have been possible as well. So perhaps after g5 we are supposed to capture first, right? Supposed to capture first and then, no, wait, but this doesn't work. This doesn't work. g5, but if you go e5, black takes with the pawn and then we take on g5. Yeah, because this one we are a piece down, right? This bishop is trapped. This bishop is trapped. Could be. But Lomasov ended up playing rook c4 and going for e5 after queen a5. Still a very, very sharp position there. Takes, knight goes to d7. White will need to guard d5 pawn somehow. Perhaps just trade and go to e4. Perhaps just trade and go to e4. It's a little bit awkward, this rook's position on e4, but at the same time black still has the king in the center, you know. Or maybe, you know what, maybe bishop g2. Just sack the pawn, then go rook e4 when after black captures this one, because bishop on g2 prevents black from developing his stuff normally. And in case of knight e5, white in fact might have this. Knight d5 check, king d6. Don't see the exact refutation, but one can guess that should not work. And in case of e d5, queen e5, once again looks extremely promising for white. Rook c7 check. In case of king f8, rook gets to f1. Might as well be just winning for white. And yeah, and that's precisely what happens. White ends up playing bishop g2, so knight e5, as we've established, is very, very dangerous. If queen takes e5, at the very least, white has rook e4, followed by, you know, bringing more stuff in the center. Other than that, perhaps a trade is possible. And then bishop takes b7. needs to be played. First, I've sort of check, but then after king d6, the rook, funny enough, is trapped on c7. But bishop b7 seems to work. Bishop b7. I mean, once again, I have no clue what the resulting position is. Bishop b7, say black captures on c4, white captures on a8. Should be acceptable for black. Might be even better. Okay, yeah, queen takes e5 played, queen f2 played by Semyon Lomonosov, so not going rook e4, not trading the queens, keeping the queens on the board, but he is trying to say my rook on c4 is very useful, so I'll put the other rook on e1, and this one is heading towards c7 later on. This does look like a very dangerous initiative for white, if you ask me. Shirov plays rook d8, yes, preparing the artificial castle if needed. Will he be in time to run away? That's the question. Even if he is, like rook e1, queen g5, even if he is on time, king f8, for instance, right? White will invade on c7 and still have a very decent compensation. Will still have a very decent compensation. And let's not forget moves like rook e6 are possible. Okay, so Lomonosov is thinking after rook to d8. Some development in Ufa Nair. Daniil Ufa is winning a pawn, it seems. After b5, a b5, queen b5, d5 was played. E takes, queen takes. Once again, that's sort of a typical trick in the Catalan. So what you're trying to say, I have 4 versus 3 on the king side, and all the rest of the pawns on the queen side are mutual weaknesses. So I'm planning to trade my little b3 pawn for 2 of your pawns and be up a pawn on the king side. Knight to b6, bishop a3, Nair goes for a4, ba4. And I suspect after rook a4, bishop takes c5 is an option, right? Might still be a draw though. But oh wait, maybe he doesn't take. Maybe queen b5 is actually annoying. Now that I'm looking at it, how does white unpin after queen b5? Because I've originally thought it's just up a pawn for white. Bishop takes, rook takes, and you should not be. I mean, it should not be possible to capture. No, it's not possible to capture on e2 because of rook c8, right? It's just rook c8. So it would mean a lot of suffering for black, even if he would survive this 4 versus 3. But that's like quite depressing position to have. But it might as well be that after rook a4, bishop c5, there is queen b5 and the pin. And we still have Shirov and Lomonosov on the diagram, so let's see, on a camera view. Rook e1 played, check from g5, king goes, and not king f8, but knight f6 played by Alexei Shirov. Good for him that he has his queen on the 5th rank. Well, speaking of which, rook to c5. What does black do in this case? Perhaps goes to d2. Because I was a little bit scared of rook c7 followed by queen c5. King goes there, queen c5, but then king safely runs away, it seems. And there is no rook d1 because of checkmate. Rook f4. Rook f4 to double on the f-file to prevent this queen from going to d2 and to create a threat of knight e4. Yeah, well, this one does look dangerous. This one does look dangerous. And there are some knight c3 to d5 ideas as well in this position. That's like if you play bishop d7, I believe not only knight e4 but knight d5 is possible as well. So all in all, still looks like a very, very dangerous compensation for the exchange. For the pawn Semyon Lomasov has sacrificed. I don't know where this exchange come from. I was thinking perhaps of some rook takes f6 sacrifice, which doesn't make sense in this position. Alright, let me check the other games. Tomaszewski against Sarana. After rook takes e7, the queens were traded by black and rook fd8 was played. d5, cd5, bishop d5, knight jumps to e5. So this one's hit, the f7's protected. Black is planning for some check on b1. And rook a5. It's an awkward move to make, but at the same time, white kind of is one move away from being absolutely stable, right? Rook takes b7 is a threat, and even simply developing the bishop to e3 would be good enough to claim an advantage. I suspect, rook ac8, I believe the move. Sarana ended up making, I thought of knight c6, but in this case, bishop c6, bc6, bishop e3, or bishop... Yeah, I mean, you need to move this bishop somewhere. Bishop f4, bishop e3, and white is much better. He simply has less weak pawns, right? So both b pawns will be lost, but it's really a question how many pawns black will lose in return, because all of those look terribly weak. Rook ac8 hits the bishop. White still can play bishop e3 in this case. And then, wait a second, and then b7, b6 is the case? Alright. It's not as simple as I've originally thought, guys. After bishop e3 there is b6, and white pieces, as it turns out, are hanging in the air. There is no rook b5 because a6. So white will have to sack the bishop, it seems, and then take on a7, forcing black to play rook f8. And then perhaps take on b6, but it doesn't look like white is playing for a win here. He's a piece down, while white is very active. He has, for the time being, 3 pawns for the piece, but still, the piece is the piece, and black might as well capture on b2 immediately. And we are headed towards this position. Oh no, wait, bishop f4, b6, and not exactly like this. Not exactly like this. So now what to do? After b6 the rook's hanging. After bishop e5, oh, there is still bishop f7. No, Tomaszewski decides for rook b5. So that means after a6 he will have to sacrifice something. And it's Boris Gelfand on our screen and his game against Andrei Yesipenko. Once again, the game I was not looking for quite a while. Switching there, that's still a Catalan, typical Catalan. White went for d5 at some point. So knight c4, c5, d5. This is how it started. And yeah, in this position, Yesipenko is to move the rat threats of d5, d6. The pin is annoying. Well, a move like queen d8 seems to be needed, but then still, yeah, queen b8, I'm guessing. He went for queen b8. Yep, queen b8 with the tempo hitting the rook on a7. Is d6 ever a move? Yeah, point being, you can't capture here and here because your rook on c7 is hanging. So d6, white does not lose the material immediately. After queen a7, however, this black has bishop f. No, well, I mean, it's still not the end of the line. After bishop f3, there is rook takes e7. The c7 pawn might turn to be a very, very powerful pawn. Not to mention that that's the other line with d7 and then rook e8, queen d8, and once again, who knows where it leads. Probably doesn't work this way because black has rook to c8. So anyway, d6 is something to consider. because if you move the rook back, I'm not sure where the rook is going, a1, a2, then black is just on time to play this, to prevent knight e5, knight c6. And probably is okay in this case. White is not getting his knight to any nice squares anytime soon. It's like playing knight c4 in this position would mean white is better, right? But knight is yet to reach c4. So very slowly developing round and very, very tense indeed. I'm afraid at some point we might miss a lot of, action, because I will have no choice but to concentrate on one of the boards. Ufa and Nair. Ufa has already 2 extra pawns, it seems, after, let me see, after ba4, queen, wait, what was a4, ba4, what was the text move? A to d8. Bishop to c5, yes, apparently bishop takes c5 was missed. Queen a5, queen c6, rook c8, oh wait, who missed what? Bishop b6, yep. Bishop to b6, white is still up a pawn, it seems. Doesn't matter how you do it. Rook c6, white captures the queen. You can trade and capture on e2, but then you're lost after rook c8, it seems. Maybe that's what you do. You go to a6, white moves the bishop, and then you take on a4. And it's still very, very annoying position. Especially since the bishops are on the board as well, and, 2 pairs of rooks. So with 1 pair of rooks, you'd be able to speculate on bishop's exchange, because 4 versus 3, a rook ending, pure rook ending, would be a draw. But with 2 pairs of rooks, it's not that straightforward. If white gets both rooks active, it might be problematic, in fact. Yeah, bishop to a5, rook a6. I think we are getting this position here. Not sure if there is any extra tactic available. I believe bishop c3 is what you need to play here. Then for rook e2, a5 looks more dangerous because white keeps the passed pawn, so this is not what you do. You instead supposed to capture on a4, and after e3, well, perhaps still you do something like that. g6 and bishop g7, try to get rid of the bishops, because otherwise, if you let white put the bishop on d4 and activate the rooks, right, white is just too solid with the bishop on d4. It's a monstrous piece controlling a lot of squares. So bishop g7 is needed, and as I said, with 1 rook each it would be just a draw. Well, still some technique required, but just a draw. And here with, for instance, white getting to the 7th rank, there might be some issues for black. We'll see. Okay, what's going on? A check on f7 against Shirov. What's that? The position between Lomasov and Shirov. Alexei Shirov on your screen on his very last minute. King f8 was the answer to rook f4, knight e4, queen h5, threatening a sneaky checkmate on d1, so white can't capture on f6. After bishop f3, knight e4 was played, bishop h5, rook takes f7, back to f2, bishop d7, and bishop f7 with the check. After king h7, I suppose rook e2 is the move Semyon Lomasov's going to play. And it might be that Shirov will end up being a pawn down, right? Yeah, rook e2 is what you probably should do. And then e6 is not possible to defend. Meanwhile, Sarana beats Tomaszewski. Apparently this involved some blunder. Let me see, let me find out. a6, bishop b7, and knight g6, and perhaps that is what was missed. Bishop to c8, rook c8, and both white rooks are hanging. Rook to b6, knight e7, rook a6, a piece is the piece still. So Alexei Sarana wins 2-0 against Evgeny Tomaszewski during the rapid portion, and it looks very promising for the Princes now. Can they level the score immediately after such a disastrous loss in the previous round? Well, Sarana has already won. Ufa has chances against Naya. Lomasov against Shirov is a pawn up for Semyon Lomasov. Well, you know what, guys? It might as well be, well, +3 in return in this round too. Gelfand Yesipenko, that's the position. Well, maybe Gelfand has some chances to win for the Kings. He did go for this d6 line and dc7 after bishop f6, queen went to d7, knight h4, swapped the bishops, bishop d4, so black has ideas connected with queen f3. Knight f4, played by Boris Gelfand. So I wonder what he's planning to do after queen f3. Is this just rook f1? Because f2 is really hanging, right? Black has to do something immediately though, because knight d5 is a threat to win the game in one move. Yeah, queen f3 needs to be played to target f2, but after rook f1, I'm afraid black will have to go back. c8, c8 queen is threatening. I'm afraid black will need to go back. Yeah, rook f1, and after queen b7 or queen e8, knight d5 should win. Knight d5 should just win. Knight d5 threatening knight e7, threatening c8 queen. Yeah, Gelfand's winning. And really powerful performance by Boris Gelfand. Back to a8, yeah. Knight d5. How do you stop the pawn? You don't stop the pawn. There is knight e7, there is knight b6. There are threats from any given angle. King to h8. Hang on a second. What's the deal here? Really, knight e7, is it like any sort of perpetual? No, I can't think of anyone. I mean, can't think of any. Queen f3, but the queen from d7 guards d1, right? So Boris spends his time, and that's interesting to pay attention. I mean, how experienced Boris Gelfand always has, I mean, when it comes to critical moment, he always has 1.5 minutes on the clock. Just somehow, well, the moves that need to be played, he doesn't stop on them, he plays them quickly, and, well, yeah, knight e7 and very convincing victory. So 2 out of 2, the start of the day for Boris Gelfand. So he wins for the Kings to tie the score in the mini-match in round 2. For now, there are still chances, of course, because both Ufa, well, that's Ufa versus Naya, extra pawn for white, and Lomasov versus Shirov, that's once again an extra pawn for white for Semyon Lomasov. Well, very good chances, I believe, to win at least one of the games. I'm actually not sure of this rook b6, because now black will organize counterplay here, and you know what, it's not clear which pawn's gonna be faster. Typically this h pawn is very dangerous. Well, Lomasov goes for c4, rook takes h4, c5. I'm not even sure if white is better. Well, the c-pawn runs very fast, but the moment black stops the c-pawn, white will have to spend quite a lot of time, you know, launching the second pawn, because it will be, I'll see, maybe it's not, actually maybe it's not such a long time, because it's b4, a4, b5, right? It really depends on how exactly black is stopping the pawn. And that's actually, it's actually dangerous for Shirov, this one. I just come to realization. Ufa Nair, it's, as I said, 4 versus, it used to be 4 versus 3, now a pair of pawns traded. So here the game's going to last for long. It's a tough task to defend such positions, but it might as well be that Evgeny Nair will succeed. So let's stay with Lomasov Shirov, because this is much sharper and will be clarified earlier, I believe. Needs to play a2, a3 after e5. Yeah, that was an important moment. After rook h5, one would think, yeah, why don't I run forward with the pawn? But then black puts the rook behind the passed pawn, right? So by playing b4, Semyon Lomasov avoids this situation. He is creating a pair of passed pawns, right? So he wants those pawns to march forward together. And perhaps I spoke too soon, because, well, rook h4, so still Shirov is trying to put the rook behind the passed pawns. So now, let's try to figure out. c6, rook goes here, b5, h5. Yeah, this one pawn runs faster than white's two pawns, right? Rook b8, and that's precisely h3, h2, the move that is needed for black to be on time. And in this particular case, black actually wins. So after rook h4, white needs something else. So I wonder if it's king b2. And then after rook c4, yeah, king c2, oh well, that might be even more clever. King c2, oh wait, after rook h4, it's king c2, rook check on c4, king to d3, rook to c1, yeah, white has the repetition, what he needed. And the other thing, that king is much closer to the h-pawn. It does look like Lomasov is going for the repetition. Yeah, rook c4, king d3. There is still a feeling that it's white who has chances. King d3, rook c1. Let's see. Is it ever rook c7? So that to run with the b pawn. h5, b5, h4. Yeah, it's awkward for white, because black's rook is perfectly placed, right? Okay, rook to e7. So Lomasov is trying to play for a win. Rook to e7, h5 immediately. But how is he planning to move his pawns? Rook to e5, hit the h-pawn. So now there is no h4. Black needs to spend more time going king h6. And then perhaps white is going to push the pawn forward. b5, h4, right? King h6 played. Yeah, not played just yet, but he needs, well, he actually went for king g6, which is even more surprising, because now you can't really have two passers. It's your h-pawn which is running, but the g-pawn will be much tougher to... Well, perhaps Shirov is trying to do the same trick, to bring the king closer to white's pawns, and maybe in some particular line, be in the square of the passed pawns. b5, h4. Okay, b6, that's correct. h3, b7, hang on a second. After rook b1, there is a check, and then rook b6, that's the trick. And what do we have? Takes here, and we'll have an endgame very similar to what Gelfand had against Yufa. Yeah, we'll have a queen and pawn endgame, with black having the pawn. Yeah, now we're gonna get it, guys. I don't see any other move anyway after b7. Rook e6 check, yes, precisely. Now perhaps it is important where the king is going. Perhaps it is important where the king is going. King goes to f5, okay. Rook to b6. Trade the rooks. White promotes the queen first. b8 queen. h1 queen. And then white gets to improve his queen position with the checks. Queen to c8, okay. So now the point is, I mean, if you play b7, you're almost always run into perpetual check. So you need to do so with the queen being centralized. Meanwhile, you find Naya finished in a draw that's a perpetual for black. Rook f2, rook f3, rook f1, right? Otherwise, if not for this perpetual, black would lose the f7 pawn. So the score is equal, and it's Lomasov who is playing for a win against Alexei Shirov. Maybe has some chances. There is a fair chance the round's going to be postponed, because they've only reached this position. So after a check on c8, king f6 was played. So you have to try to improve the queen's position. I'm not sure how do you do it. Oh, he's planning to go for b7. I'm surprised, because I would think it just leads to a perpetual check immediately, but I might be wrong. It's like if you give, or if you always gives the check from afar. Well, actually, Shirov just goes for queen d5. Okay. Can white somehow avoid the perpetual? King c3 is very logical, right? Check from a5. King to c4. Crawling forward. Yeah, once again, same as in yesterday's game between Ufa and Gelfand. Black's king is not ideally placed, because it very often runs into a counter check. Check from a5. Okay, so now king goes to c6, perhaps, or d6 maybe? Let's see. Queen a5. Lomasov is down to 20 seconds. So c6 or d6? King c6, right? I believe it has to be another check on diagonal. Queen a4. Oh wait, queen a4 allows this, and then allows this. And it's no longer the same, because after king b8, well, the pawn is blocked, but no immediate perpetual, right? Or maybe there is. Queen e5, queen e8, queen a4. Yeah, tons of checks. Okay, king gets to d7 after queen c3 check. Check from d4. Is it ever king e8 and hide on g8? Can this be a case? No, he gets to c7. Check from e5. It's very important not to go to d8. No, he gets to b6. Right, queen to b2. Is it just a perpetual? Alright, to a7. Yep. That's a crucial moment. Okay, let's see. So a check from a1, let's imagine. From a3, Shirov decides. Check from a3 after king b8. What's his plan? Check on d6, queen to c7, and from f8, and then from a3. So no way for white to escape the perpetual. Yeah, it looked a bit counterintuitive. White has the liberty to give as many checks as he wants right after the pawn promotion, where he was. b8 queen, h1 queen, right? So like he could have, after this check, for instance, he could have gone for queen c3, then queen c4, improve the queen. Your pawn is much further ahead compared to this one. This g7 pawn will literally never promote, right? So it's not the race, and you can pretend that you're just playing this queen versus queen with one pawn on b6 and nothing else. And the way Lomasov did it, he played b7 with the queen on c8 being pretty passive. Okay, so yet another check. King a6. Was the king on a6 already? King a6 played, right? Check from d3. Of course, black doesn't want white to block with the queen. And yeah, and it seems there is no way. So in case of king b6, the b3 square. In case of king a6, that's d3 as we already know, right? In case of king a5, yeah, I wonder if there is a choice. King a5, well, not from this position, right? But there might be quite a few squares from which the check is sufficient. this doesn't really help, right? If you go to d7, there is queen e6 and queen g8 and immediate perpetual. And Shirov does seem to be relaxed already, so it's like if he worked out the full mechanism of this perpetual. Yeah, check from c4. Back to b6. This one had been to b6 already. Check from b3. Right. It's just a perpetual. So that would mean, well, it looked really, really dangerous for the team of kings this particular round, but thanks to a victory of Boris Gelfand and 2 escapes from Shirov and from Nair, they actually managed to tie. It's not yet finished, but I don't see anything, any surprises happening there. Shirov seems to be quite relaxed. So queen goes back to c8, queen d6, and it's about the time the threefold repetition is going to happen. So the kings, well, that's a wrong game, guys. The kings perhaps will achieve a draw, and that means they'd be leading +3 with only 2 rounds to go. So really, really huge lead, it seems. Boris Gelfand performs exceptionally well in those rapid games, started with 2 consecutive victories. Hang on a second, what happens? The king went to c6. I'm kind of losing a track if we had this position already or not. Is it any different? No. There always has to be the right check. Yeah, and here, for instance, is if all of a sudden you try to go to e8, you are actually getting checkmate. Queen f7, queen e7. Well, first step in this direction. It's better not to try king e8. Gotta go back, yeah. Gotta go back. Queen c5, and here we go again. And a draw was agreed eventually, so Shirov is smiling, of course, relieved. I don't think Lomasov has to blame himself much. It was really nice defense by Alexei Shirov. Played quite a few precise moves, I believe, in the rook endgame and as well in the queen and pawn endgame. I'm not sure. I don't think the next round's going to be postponed. Yesterday, what has happened when the round finished 5 minutes before the start of the next one, they started on schedule, not really giving players extra time to rest. So, well, that's a confusing score. Yes, after Gelfand beats Yesipenko, Yesipenko's on +3. Tomaszewski loses to Sarana, so Sarana is on +2. Is it Gelfand who catches up with Yesipenko after a victory? I'm asking myself. It might as well be. That's really, really interesting. It's really, really interesting. Might as well be that. Well, Gelfand is clearly the best performer in the rapid chess, but he might as well just got to the top scorer's position on the overall standing to equal with Yesipenko. I'll have to check out during the very quick break. We have like 5 minutes before the start of the penultimate round. So stay with us, guys. I'll be back after a very, very short break. We still have 2 more rounds to go.
Участники пожали руки друг к другу, что
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to Nutcracker tournament, the Battle of Generations. Last day of Rapid and penultimate round has just started. To remind you, the Kings have the lead of +3, so only 8 games left. Yeah, can't really add up. 8 games left to level the score and possibly sneak a win for the Princes. Well, the pairs in this penultimate round, Boris Gelfand with black against Alexei Sarana. Boris performs exceptionally well in the Rapid. He's on +4 and he just equaled the individual best score with Andrei Yesipenko after Yesipenko's loss. After defeating Yesipenko himself. Other pairs, Semyon Lomasov with white against Evgeny Tomashevsky, currently on a camera view. Shirov faces Yufa and Evgeny Nair has the white pieces against Andrei Yesipenko. Tricky Queen's Gambit is played in Sarana Gelfand. After bishop e7, queen c2, black goes for c5, dc5, d4, very principled move. Knight to b5, bishop c5, bishop f4, and castles short. Basically allowing white to go for knight c7, it seems. And white kind of has to do something because, well, strategically white's position is really, really dangerous, right? So it's either castle long, trying to win the pawn on d4, then black goes knight c6, you know, develops quickly, some e5 possibilities, knight g4 possibilities, because f2 is hard to guard. Or just go all in, go after the material, go knight c7 and accept that you're being attacked after this, for instance, knight d2 and some e5, so that after bishop e5, knight c6, you know, it's a terribly dangerous position for white in this case. So castle long was the choice for Alexei Sarna. Played relatively quickly by both players. Yeah, Sarna, I don't know if you guys notice, Alexei Sarna comes up with some unusual opening choices, both with white and black. He seems to have his own opening theory, sometimes manages to catch his opponents by surprise. Queen to e7 played by Gelfand. Once again, it's awkward to capture on d4, it seems. Well, this knight in fact can capture on d4. So it is a position pawn down for black, for which, however, black has to have some compensation at the very least, because after white's long castle, you can imagine this king will not be safe anytime soon. Okay, let us switch. We have Shirov and Yufa on the board. 9 moves played. It's an Alekhine defense, it seems. Yeah, an exchange variation of Alekhine defense. Bishop to e7, bishop d3. A tricky system which is typically played in order to limit the possibilities of black developing this bishop. Castle short, knight g to e2, not to f3, not allowing bishop g4. So knight e2, if bishop g4 is played now, white has f2, f3, and then knight f4, and then we'll trade the knight on g6 after bishop g6. So knight e2, knight a6, castles c6. It seems Daniil Yufa is sort of a specialist in the Alekhine defense. So he's playing it very confident. He had little difficulties equalizing against Naya yesterday, and let's see if he will manage to equalize against Alexei Shirov. So knight a6, c6, perhaps opting to put the knight on c7, still keeping knight b4 as an option if white goes queen c2, for instance. Seems to be a bit of an early surprise for Shirov, this particular setup with knight a6 and c6. Let's check 2 other games. Lomasov versus Tomaszewski, only 7 moves, because Tomaszewski has opted for the Caro-Kann, right? Bishop g4, bishop to e2, e6. We have Boris Gelfand on our screen. h3, bishop h5, d4, bishop to e7, and knight f6 after bishop f4. Shouldn't be a problem at all for black, to be honest. Shouldn't be a problem at all, because after e5 I suspect it's knight d7, and you get a very comfortable French with your bishop being out, not being on c8, but being developed already, while white's pieces are not ideally organized. The knight on c3 is somewhat dubious. g4 was played, so the bishop's attacked. After bishop g6, well, perhaps what you're supposed to do is take over here and go knight e5. Maybe that's the idea. Because bishop b5 is sort of a threat, and there is one more hidden threat in the position. White can play h4. Now he threatens to play h5 and f3. So h5, bishop e4, f3 is a threat to trap the bishop on g6. And if black reacts moving the h-pawn, then of course that's a disastrous exchange on g6. All those pawns are weak, and the fact that black has the king on the king side makes it even worse. So in fact, yeah, bishop g6, e d5 is played. So in fact, this is a dangerous system. I just, for some reason, I was thinking of e5 making it a blockade Caro-Kann or advanced French variation, something. But in this case, black in fact would be doing great. But after e takes d5. I wonder if it's ever knight takes d5. Wonder if it's ever knight takes d5. Trying to simplify the position a bit and possibly capture with the queen, transforming it into some sort of weird Scandinavian, right? Queen takes, after c4 perhaps giving a check from a5. So black is trying to buy himself a tempo to play h7, h6. So if, say, king f1, for instance, well, king f1, king g2, it's not such a disaster to lose the castle, right? And black plays h6, now the bishop is safe, can go back to h7, and black can continue with knight d7, and so on. Yep, so Tomaszewski is thinking after e4 takes d5, and I'm guessing knight takes d5 should be considered at least. And we have one more game, the game that is currently on your screen, Evgeny Nair against Andrei Yesipenko. Well, already quite a sharp position here. The Marshall variation, the attempt to play the Marshall. After a4, b4, we are going to untie Marshall, right? d6, c3, rook b8, bishop to c4, and knight takes e4 was played. Bishop c4, I believe, is a typical move, so they move it away from b3 when it's hanging from time to time. Yeah, but knight e4, bishop d5, white seemingly wins a piece, and black is ready to sack this one. And knight a5 gets 3 pawns, plus white king is on f2. c takes b4, rook takes b4, d2, d3, c7, c6. Yeah, by the way, perhaps worth mentioning that rook a5 is answered with c7, c6, hitting the bishop and the rook. c6, bishop to a2, queen b6, check. So once again, playing a very, very sharp position right from the start. It looks like in order to develop normally, white will need to play bishop e3 to part with one more pawn. Because king f1 just feels incredibly awkward, right? So perhaps what you do is you play bishop e3, after this check you develop the knight. Perhaps that's what you have to do. Where white, of course, finishes the development, next move's going to be king g1. White finishes the development and mobilizes his forces in a nice way, but at the same time it's 4 pawns for the piece, right? Plus a massive center, so black potentially pushes the pawn to d5 and it'd be a massive center for black. It's a very unclear position, once again, especially, you know, for a practical game, not being able to analyze with the computer. Rook b2, yeah, bishop b3, rook b2 played. Knight d2 looks like a logical follow-up. Well, perhaps, on the other hand, now that I'm thinking, perhaps this is also possible. Yeah, king to g1. The logic is such, I was playing knight d2, quote-unquote, developing the knight first. But in fact, it's clear that the king belongs to g1, it cannot be on f2 till the end of the game, while with this knight you are not certain just yet. It might go to d2, it might go to c3 as well. So king g1 is more precise. King g1 is a more precise move. And obviously there is no rook g2, king g2, queen b2, because knight d2 and the rook is protected. Right, so king g1 played. I wonder what's that? Is it some sort of opening experiment by Andrei Yesipenko? Was it some sort of a preparation? That's quite interesting. Queen back to d8. So black says, I don't need any tactic, I can just play it slow, I'll return the rook if it's attacked, and I want to start moving my central pawns. So black has sufficient material, as we've discussed, 4 pawns currently. But still, if white mobilizes everything and perhaps breaks in the center with d4, opening more files, diagonals for his pieces, then it'll be tough for black. So black has, in a way, limited time to start developing the initiative in the center. Queen d8. Let's see, what do we have on the screen? It's u5 against Shirov, I believe. After c6, a2, a3 was played, preventing knight b4. Knight goes to c7, b4 played by Alexei Shirov himself. Bishop e6, queen c2, and g7, g6. So eventually, black's going to play d5, I suppose. Bishop h6, okay, rook e8 comes automatic, and c5 played by Alexei Shirov. That's a bit of a surprise, to be honest, because it surrenders the d5 square. So black can put the knight on d5, in fact. Knight bd5 played, yeah. And knight e4, so Shirov is trying to play on dark squares, right? If he manages to force black to take, then of course the fact that the diagonal is empty, the square on d6 at white's disposal makes it a little bit dangerous, maybe a whole lot dangerous for black. But I don't see the reason for black to capture on c5 immediately, because full trade on d6 does not seem to be all that dangerous. Perhaps bishop f5 is the critical move. Point being, knight takes, black first trades on on d3, and cd6 is not any different, I believe. Knight takes, you can still capture on d3, queen d3, queen d6. Somewhat weakened king's position, but very nice outpost on d5. The other knight goes to e6. I don't think black has all that much to be scared of. And even f5 potentially. Seems like a comfortable position for black, if you ask me. No, that's a wrong position. Yeah, knight e4, black to move, and yeah, perhaps bishop f5 is one of the options. Okay, let's leave Daniil Yufa thinking. Camera's focused on Boris Gelfand, so let's find out what happens in this game. Remember, I said queen e7 is the real pawn sacrifice, and indeed Sarana is going after this pawn, captures on d4, bishop takes, rook takes, knight c6. So this way Gelfand wins the tempo. Rook to d1, e5, very energetic play. Bishop to e6, and then this semi-open c-file will be used to black's great advantage. e4, b5 immediately, undermining the c-pawn. Then in case of cb5, I suspect white will not enjoy it after knight b4, and rook c1, bishop 8, rook c8, bishop a2, everything is coming. So bishop takes, queen takes. White has no... White doesn't have the luxury to capture on b5, simply too slow. So needs to go to b1, rook f to c8. Very sort of threatening to capture on c4 next move. Once again, from the looks of it, seems very promising for Gelfand. c5, at the very least there is bishop takes a2 here. Might as well be knight b4. Queen c3 played by Alexei Sarana. So the deal is such: if black captures on c4, white, I'm afraid, cannot allow himself to take on c4, but he'll play bishop b2 instead, try to use the queen on c3 as the blocker. Will try to guard the b2 pawn, possibly with rook d2, other rook to d1, king to a1 if needed. So we'll try to keep it safe, well, relatively safe as much as he can on the queen side. bc4, and instead of bishop b2, he actually plays king a1 first, just to sidestep all the possible threats on the b file. Still might be dangerous for white. Still might be dangerous for white. Moves like queen f4 have to be taken into account. Knight d4 in the right moment. Well, actually, can black just go knight d4 here? Can black just go knight d4 here? Point being rook d8, right? Rook takes, and then in this case black can capture on f2. Should be a better position for black because everything is nearly everything is hanging. White has difficulties finishing the development, and if you capture with the queen, then rook d8 just wins the game on a spot because d1. Yeah, you can't protect d1. Boris instead goes for rook to b8. White develops the bishop to e2, so knight d4 is no longer an idea. White can capture with the knight and the queen. But still, black's position looks very promising, and let's not forget, not a single pawn being sacrificed to reach this position. The one that been sacrificed, white had to return in order not to lose immediately. Well, some development in Shirov Ufa. Bishop f5 indeed was played, knight 2 to g3. Ufa trades the bishop on e4 and goes knight e6. So now we can have this. So a pair of knights versus pair of bishops. But again, with knight on e6, knight on e4, knight on d5, it seems very, very stable for black. You can simply capture on d6. You might as well consider going queen h4 with the tempo and then, well, hope to get the pawn on d4 as well as the pawn on d6 after rook a d8, so you'd be a pawn up in this case. Looks very decent for black, if you ask me. d4 perhaps isn't really hanging. Maybe that's good news for white. It could be that white can try, just bring the a1 rook more or less anywhere, e1 or d1, because knight d4 seems to be quite risky after queen b2. Might still work, I don't know, might still work, but it is a risky move, like opening the diagonal right like that for just one mere pawn. And anyway, a move like rook a d1 seems to be in spirit of Alexei Shirov. Because you don't have all that much of a choice. You trade on d6 or you switch into defense of the d4 pawn, but then black has to be doing exceptionally well. Right, let me switch to something else. Nair and Yasipenko, move 23, the most advanced game there. Knight to c3, well, remember this one, 4 pawns for the piece, but white having the initiative, right? Rook b1, exchange on b1, bishop f3, so Yasipenko trades the bishops as well, goes d5, bishop f2, queen d6, and queen to c2. So both sides having issues with the pieces placement. With this knight on e6, I believe black would be close to winning, having 4 pawns for the piece, but the knight is on a5 currently, so we'll need to spend some time getting there. White can't be fully happy about his bishop on a2, which is currently not doing all that much. If white would ever somehow force black to play d4, the bishop would be relieved on a2. But for the time being, yeah, not doing much. So I wonder if black plays knight b7, d8, e6, because e6 would be a really nice outpost, but it might cost black too much time to do so. Maybe he needs to play with the knight on a5, to just like go king h8, f5, try to push the central pawns and keep the knight on a5, waiting for the better future for this knight. But it's really hard to imagine black playing with... Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, when you're a piece up, like in Nair's situation, the bishop, for the time being, is passive on a2, but it's an extra piece, right? For black, it's very hard to justify. Like, one piece is misplaced and you're down a piece. So if you start moving pawns on the other side of the wing, on the other wing of the board, you know what happens? You will end up playing with less pieces than your opponent. So that's why, for black particularly in this case, you really want to improve the position of your remaining pieces to the maximum. Check on g6 given, king goes to h1, yeah, possibly rook g1 as well in some positions. Back to Serena Gelfand, it seems. Still no move from Boris after bishop e2, so that kind of hints at some forcing lines available for black. I can imagine black having possibilities. There is... oh well, h7, h6, that's quite relaxed move there. I was still looking at some more forcing possibilities, like queen g6, sac e5, take e4. Well, Gelfand kills h6, and after rook d2 goes for queen f4, targeting the e4 pawn, where white has an unpleasant choice. It's either go for an endgame with queen e3, and this endgame should be decent for black at the very least. And if black trades, he probably does have to trade. Or there is seemingly no other way to guard e4 pawn. Yeah, I think white has to play queen e3, in fact. And I wonder what's the resulting position is. Queen e3. Hang on a second. It can be. Can we throw in some c3 here? Probably not. Yeah, you just trade. Queen e3 played. Yeah, we are about to find out what was the plan after queen f4. Gelfand's down to 4 minutes. That means he has spent quite some time pondering over this position and perhaps has found the way to go. So trades on e3, no more threats to this king, at least no immediate threats. The structure, white's pawn structure is weak, but for the time being, black is nowhere near attacking one of those pawns. So it might be a sign of relief for, like, say, Serena. Now, he's actually the one who will have some objects to attack. Rook c1, you know, the c4 pawn will need some protection. Again, if Gelfand wants, he can be solid with f6, guard e5, and maybe even go knight a5 is needed, if needed, just to protect the c4 pawn. But somehow you expect Boris Gelfand to be more energetic than this, right? So, okay, some changes. Lomasov against Tomaszewski. What's that? Oh, well, I keep forgetting this game exists. ED5, knight d5. Yeah, remember, I left it here, and for a long time I didn't check it. Knight d5, and he has taken with the pawns, a symmetrical structure with white having some initiative on the king side. Then, well, few trades. Well, let's stick with the current position. This exchange happened, knight d6, white seemingly controls the e-file, but it's an illusion. The knight on d6 is perfectly placed. Black is about to seize the e4 square for himself. I'm guessing white has to play queen d2, because black is about to intercept the e-file and about to play queen f4, which will cause more inconvenience for white. I believe what you do is you play queen d2. If those are traded, if the queens are traded, then perhaps that's an acceptable endgame. Otherwise you might end up in a worse position. Rook d3, preparing to triple on the e-file perhaps. In case of rook e8, there is rook e3. But still, rook e8, rook e3, black can go king f8. That's why, by the way, rook f2 e8 is important. So black controls the e-file, and then he is planning to play queen f4. Okay, rook d3, Tomaszewski thinking. We were shown Nair and Yosipenko. Let's find out what happens there. It's this position with 4 pieces for the pawn. A check from g6 and queen f6, targeting the f3 pawn. Knight to b7. As I said, it's very hard to imagine black making progress without this knight, with this knight not participating in the game, being on a5. So knight to e2. Knight d8, d4. White desperately needs more files, more diagonals for his bishop, for his pieces. Bishop to d6. So if black manages to play knight e6, he will eventually bring all the pieces in the game. But this one's hanging. So no knight e6 just yet. Yeah, bishop d6. But if it's Evgeny Nair who's thinking currently, he can take on e5 if he wants it. After queen e5, similarly there is bishop g. Well, there is also knight g3. Discovered attack from the rook, and white is heading towards f5 himself. Now bishop b1 can be played at some point. Well, really tricky position, and it's, once again, it's so hard in such situation, it's so hard to keep the tension, because as you can see, well, what Commentator does, typically I'm showing the most tempting options, right? I'm trying to capture on e5, I realized now that that's something white probably should avoid. White probably should try to keep the tension. For black, the same. You don't want to take on d4, and it's irritating that at every single move you have the possibility to capture, but it turns out it's not a great idea. So keeping the tension, especially in a rapid game, that's a really important skill, and not everyone possesses such. Nair still thinking, what's this game? Knight takes knight on a2. Is this Gelfand? Yeah, I believe so. Sarana Gelfand. Oh wow, what did happen? Takes here, knight to b4, knight to a5, knight to e5, knight a2. Bishop c4 played by Alexei Sarana, and rook c4. Was it needed really? Knight b4. Yeah, I've underestimated how strong knight b4 is, in fact. Takes, knight takes, but was it needed to capture on c4? Was it really needed to capture on c4? Because I don't see how white succeeds here. Yeah, similarly black just returns the bishop to e6, returns the knight to b4. It will be ultimately solid, and white has only one doubled pawn as the compensation for 2- versus the rook, right? So black has to be much better. What you probably do, you play rook d4 and rook d1. Probably play rook d4 and rook d1, and you try to swap the rooks. So that in this case you get to attack the a pawn, right? This happens, king h7, and you get to attack the a pawn. But then you can't even hit this knight on c6, right? Can't even hit this knight on c6. The rook is practically paralyzed on a8, funny enough. Yeah, maybe rook a8 was too much, in fact, something like rook b8, so at least to keep this rook a bit mobile, but then, you know, then since the a pawn is not attacked, black might as well go for this. Knight c2, capture on e3, turn this one into some sort of a race where, after all, black has two minor pieces, might as well be just faster. Somewhat surprised. Could it be that Gelfand's gonna win 3 in a row? That's really powerful performance by Boris. Nair is still thinking, as we can see on the screen. He has he has captured on e5, and he's thinking after that. So d5, bishop e5. He's thinking then. Still no comfortable squares for his pieces, regrettably. It's like you really want this knight on d4, pressing the c pawn, right? Maybe causing it to move so your bishop comes back to life. But there is no knight d4 currently. So Nair's thinking, roughly 5 minutes each in this game. No tremendous time trouble for any side. Yufa and Shirov, the situation has changed. After knight e4, knight e6, Shirov came up with bishop e3, guarding the pawn. Black, of course, captures this one, goes d5. After knight c3, goes bishop g5. After rook f3, goes f5. Other rook to f1, queen f6, b5, and queen to g7. White trades on c6. Well, the c6 pawn is somewhat weak, but at the same time, black always has a very strong pressure on those, on e3 and d4. And sometimes tactical tricks connected with knight d4, you know. So bc6, bc6, and Sheriff goes for knight e2, yeah, to make sure that d4 pawn is extra protected. Sheriff's down to 1 minute here. Black has... Seems that black has queen h6. It might be a draw though. Queen h6, rook h3, that's what... I mean... This is awkward, right? To protect the pawn with queen d2 under this battery, but rook h3 seemingly works. Bishop e3, king to h1, and then the queen has to stay on this diagonal in order to keep the bishop protected, so queen to g5, rook g3, and back to h3 happens to be a draw. So queen h6 does look like almost the way to force a draw for black. The thing, however, is that in this position, I suspect black already is not satisfied with the draw, he's playing for more. Not sure if it's justified. Bishop to h6, clearing the path for this knight, so knight g5, knight e4 becomes an idea as well. Rook g3. Well, this one's actually annoying because f5's hanging and it's well, the g-pawn is double pinned in a way. So you move the king away but you leave the queen on the g-file and vice versa. Right, so after rook g3 you might as well regret playing bishop h6 on a previous move. Well, this one is about to become really sharp, I believe, and the fact that both players getting low and low on time only adds a drama to this one. Semyon Lomasov against Evgeny Tomaszewski. Let me see what happened there. Rook a to e8 was played, not rook f to e8, because Tomaszewski was ready to trade on e3. Indeed installs the queen on f4, goes f5. This swap happened. g6, yeah, once again, as you could see, arranging the pawns on the square of the opponent's bishop to limit it to the maximum, right? Queen e2, king to g7, a5. a4 was met with a5. Still, this one I describe as somewhat dull position. You know, it's harder to make moves for white, right? Because that's a pin on the f-file, you can't move the bishop, and your rook is not going all that far. And as an illustration to it, rook e7 and back to e3. That's what Semyon Lomasov is doing, so sits and waits, waiting for Tomaszewski to demonstrate the plan. Saranay and Gelfand, I believe, have made a lot of moves, so the pair of rooks traded. Gelfand managed to keep the a pawn alive. Looks like black is simply converting extra material. I mean, his position is so stable, right? The knight protected, king is about to get to g5 perhaps. I mean, that's what you want to do, right? You bring the king closer, you push the pawns closer, and then at some point it might as well be that you sack on g2 and those pawns promote. King d5, well, I don't know what happened. Yeah, that's the current position. King to d5. Where the king is going, I'm not sure where the king is going. Because black's idea is more or less clear. As I said, wants the king as active as possible, wants perhaps to weaken white's pawns with h4, h3. Yeah, so why do you need the king on g5? If you play h4 immediately, then white meets it with h2, h3, and you can't sneak in with the king to g3. After king g5, white plays h3, you say thank you very much, you get to g3, you collect both h3 and g2, right? And your next move, if white stands still, you put the king on g4, and only then you go for h4, to be able to answer h3 with king g3 all the time. Yep, king back to d4, h4 played by Gelfand, that's a surprise. I thought in fact that he was playing for king g4. Rook f2. Now, so now the king will be pushed back. h3, nice little trick by Boris Gelfand. Yeah, if you capture here, it's h3 takes g2 and then a fork on f3. So this pawn is unstoppable. That's impressive. Hang on a second. If I do this, after this check, I run to c5, g1, queen. I mean, I really love checking those lines. It's like you feel this should never work, but at the same time, all of a sudden, the king and the knight are too far away, right? If white captures and white does capture on a6, the b pawn might be running very fast. Well, apparently it doesn't work here. So this, knight d2, b4, black just captures and then should be able to trade this knight for a pawn and at the same time collect the remaining pawns with the king. But still, those lines have to be checked. Anyway, Sarna didn't go for it, so that's the current position. Still, black has certain difficulties converting. It's clear that it's black who's trying for a win, and it's clear that white will try to keep the position as is, you know, attack the pawn here, the pawn there, just like not give away anything and wait for black to demonstrate the winning method. Back to Shirov and Ufa, because the position is getting sharper and sharper here. So knight g5 was played at some point, and Shirov went for bishop f5. Winning the pawn this way. Okay, so in fact, yeah, in the resulting position, black does have certain compensation because e3 pawn is constantly hanging. It's a weak pawn, but white's the pawn up, right? And he's planning perhaps to kick off this rook away with knight c3, then bring the king to e2 to guard the e3 pawn. Let me see. Last move being king g1 to f1. Yeah, is there a way Ufa wins the e3 pawn? g5. Oh wow. g5 going for g4. Is it legal? Does it actually work? Because it's either a super strong move. Yeah, I don't see what to do for white against the g4 threat. Looks like black is winning material. Is there a chance that, well, Prince is going to take in order to try to level the score at least? The reminder they are trailing by 3 points. Knight c3, I thought can be answered with g4. Because after knight e4, hang on a second. Not enough rooks hanging, funny enough. If you take like this, like all of white pieces hanging, which is a picturesque position, but there is still a check from c4, and then if you move the king, something's going to happen, like a check on f7, or at the very least rook takes h4. Yeah, that's a funny line. So black really needs to find a better move after knight c3, it seems. Black really needs to find a better move after knight c3, it seems. Okay. No, g4 played, right? Knight takes e4, and yeah, he does take. Okay, now check from c4. Ah, well, an alternative being a check from b3, of course. Maybe for some reason Alexei Shirov will prefer a check from b3. Meanwhile, let me check from b3. Let's see the following force in sequence. Yeah, unlucky for us, all the games developing at the same pace, and we have time troubles in each of them, so can't really, cover them all. Let's stay here. At least it does look like a very interesting position. How those rooks going to run away? King to h8 allows for rook f7. Was it a blunder? No. Rook f8, and Shirov finds rook f3. I believe that's the move. That's the move Daniil Ufa has blundered. Rook to f3, and immediately identified by Alexei Shirov. What a trick! What a trick! I'm afraid black has to capture on f3, give away the queen, and that's gonna be lost. Yeah, rook takes. You don't have any sort of perpetual. No, you have to capture on e7, but that's just a lost position. This king is safe. The queen e6, white is completely winning. That's a terrible mistake by Daniil Yufa in the game that he seemingly played quite well. And just one move, tactical oversight. I was thinking black would have been fine still after king g7, even though perhaps rook h4 in this case. Yeah, and then check from g4, that's important. Yes, so maybe the whole thing with g5 was not working, and certainly after knight c3 he should have looked for the other move and not g4. Alright, so this seems to be decided. That's a winning position for Alexei Shirov, as I said. Well, at least I assess it this way. So let's see the other games. Naya versus Yesipenko. We have no chance to track back all the way. But still, well, tremendously complex position. Yeah, see, by the way, Shirov has played my move, queen e6. What's going on there? Can black just capture on d3? Isn't it a winning endgame? Take on f2. I mean, you can start with a1 queen. It's more or less the same. It has to be winning, right? Queen on a1, white trades. You should probably force this pawn to d4 and try to pretend it's a blockade. Well, you might have some chances with king on e4, knight on d3, but still objectively has to be winning for Yesipenko, and there might be even better versions of the same endgame. After king f3, this is what Yesipenko is thinking of. No, he does go for knight d3. So knight d3, knight d3. Oh, well, there is also this, which might be more precise in fact. There is also this, rook to b3, and then you have the same endgame with the bishops. I believe that's what you have to go for. Tomaszewski beats Lomasov, that's the final position. Yeah, it felt really unpleasant already around this point when it was clear it's only black who is playing and white needs to sit and wait. So this makes it +4, and if Shirov wins it's going to make it +5. So in fact it might be that the older guys, the kings, will win this battle of generation with the round to spare. Yes, Yesipenko perhaps will score again. Rook b3 and rook takes d3. So two pawns up, king g2, and what happened? White lost on time. No, I was just like, I've seen king g2 and then the game was stopped, so I was afraid that black lost on time having such a dominant position, but apparently Evgeny was not on time to make his king g2 move. Okay, so Andrei Yesipenko wins once again. There is a fight for the best individual result. So far Yesipenko and Gelfand are tied. If I've managed to count the points correctly, and yeah, and we are shown Daniil Yufa, who is looking at the board in disbelief. He had a very, very promising position indeed. Yeah, I've seen him in between the rounds right after he right after he lost to Gelfand, I believe, after round 1, and he made some salty comment that yeah, I seem to be kind of too old for this princess thing, and in fact did much better 3 years ago when I was obviously weaker chess player. Okay, so what we have here is this ending. Well, still not without a chance. Alexei Sarana, yes, Gelfand managed to win one of the pawns, but the material decreased quite a bit. And the active king, in fact, makes a lot of sense, right? So in case of king h5 instead of king g7 was the move played in the game. Black would have gone king e6 attacking the pawn. So Gelfand just makes a triangle, perhaps waiting for for Sura not to commit some sort of a mistake, and at the same time getting a bit more time on the clock. Knight d3, rook back to g3, knight is transferred to f4. Let's see. It does seem that black is about to win one of the pawns, right? Yeah, you have to sacrifice the e4 pawn. You can't go to d4 because knight e2. Okay, I mean, no, not to sacrifice. You have to drop the pawn on e4. You don't really call such things sacrifices. King c4. Yeah, you just capture with black. You just capture. h4, yes, white can get rid of the h-pawn. Traded on g5, but it should be still enough for black to win, right? King h5, yeah. Takes take. Will we see it? Checkmate with a knight and bishop. Will we see it? Okay. Rook e3. You still have to be careful, because if the king is on time, you'll actually have some difficulties promoting, but the king seems to be far away. Alright, king d4, g4, yes, push the pawn as fast as possible. While g3 is sort of a threat, in fact. Rook to e5, yeah, king g5. King e3. That's tricky. Well, does g3 win? Pretty straightforward. g3, you go here, g2. I know, and there is rook e1. And it's probably winning. Yeah, so my initial point was that king f2 runs into knight d3 check, obviously. But after this one, well, you're probably still winning with this. And no, not really. King f1. This is where the difficult part starts. So it's better not to drag the game to this position. It's better to find a way to promote the g-pawn. Well, could it be... No, knight d3 doesn't work. Hang on a second. Rook d3. Boris is about to make a move with the knight. Knight to g6, chasing the rook away. Rook goes to a5. He desperately needs to free the king, right? Knight h4. That's the way. Now g3 is threatening. In case of king f2, black has king f4. In case of a check on the fourth rank, there is bishop e4 to the rescue. So, well, still some work to be done. Rook a4 played instead. So first preventing king's appearance on f4. Well, I wonder what happens in case of g3. And Boris wonders the same. g3, rook goes here, bishop g4. Oh wow, that's a nice maneuver. Bishop g4, knight to f5, shouldering the king further away. Or possibly even knight g2, you'd be surprised. If there is no check on b5 very next move, then it could be, yeah, like rook b2, okay. Then we can go knight f5 perhaps. Yep, knight f5, king to e4. Still awkward. King h4, king f4, it's still awkward for black. Black's not automatically winning. Well, knight d6 feels like a temporary solution. No, knight f7. Yeah, I was actually expecting Gelfand to go back, and just to win some time to think. Yeah, king e4, knight on f7 does not appeal to be any better than it was on f5. Gelfand tends to disagree, so he goes to h4 and wants to bring the knight to g5 apparently. Knight g5, yeah, and then knight h3, once again chasing the king away. It's a very nice maneuvering by Boris Gelfand, it seems. Rook g2, okay, time to give a check. From e6, he decides. king e5, king h3, rook g3. So he will be tested on his abilities checkmating with the knight and bishop. That's nice. I believe Kelvin will have no difficulties whatsoever, and that's perhaps a rare case where we don't need the analysis board anymore. If we have the full view on the board from a camera, that would be nice to switch to that one. Because, yeah, there is basically nothing to analyze. I mean, okay, if it will be any, you know, educational value, I might as well demonstrate few ideas. Okay, guys, let's try to count moves. Last capture, move 83. Move 83 was the last capture. Now, I mean, I don't think it makes sense. Kelvin makes it in a very, very convincing manner. Yeah, just pay attention to constantly, like those two pieces, bishop and knight, constantly acting together very well, kind of creating borders on the way of this king. And it's very impressive how Boris stops and is thinking. Paul transferred it from d5 to c6. That's a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Okay, now we are getting there, like in old Russian textbooks, you know. Get the knight on f7, and here you go. Knight f7, and then it should be automatic from there. Well, actually, I'm embarrassed to say, but it does seem that Boris is sort of struggling. It does seem to be that Boris is sort of struggling a little. I mean, it's very easy, in fact. Well, you can start by doing this. And for me, for instance, if I know that that's enough moves, I would probably waste a bit more time just to get to this position, because that used to be the starting position in all the books, where you know exactly how to checkmate the king, right? Bishop e6 check. That's puzzling. Yeah, so basically what you need to remember is this W maneuver, right? From this position on, and then, yeah, it goes like that. King is running to e8. You go there. The king runs away, and you let it run away, but on your terms, so that after king c6 you have bishop b5, and once again all the squares around this king is controlled. After king c7 you go to b5, and yet it's caged again, but this time in the right corner. You need to force it to the corner of your bishop to be able to checkmate. Move number 100. And yeah, what's the difficulty here, Boris? I don't quite understand. I mean, what's the difficulty here? Because that's the position you literally could find in every single endgame book. That's surprising. No, honestly, that's incredibly surprising. Because I would expect Boris just to know that I don't know what's going on. And by the way, 20 moves gone. 20 moves gone. That's like history in the making. Boris Kelvin not checkmating with knight and bishop. That's just ridiculous. Again, who I am to doubt his knowledge and everything. It's just that I thought every chess player remotely, familiar with, and Boris obviously familiar in great detail with the legacy of so-called Soviet chess school. And there have been discussions, there was no such thing as Soviet chess school and so on and so. But, well, 96 is certainly not what you are supposed to do. And you cannot lose the tempo with the knight, Boris. That's really incredible. But imagine what he feels right now. Imagine imagine his feelings right now. So he can't recall how it's done. And that's the moment you continue pushing yourself, right? And yeah, that's absolutely incredible. Just make a move with the bishop, yes, and go to h7. Yeah, now he remembers, I believe. Now he remembers. No? Still no? Knight e5, yes, Boris, correct. King e6. The line that I've shown just some time ago. Finally. I believe, yeah, and knight d7 now is the key move. King went to c7, yes, and knight d7 is the key move now. That's actually important. That's actually important. Knight to d7, bravo. King back to d8, but there is nothing, no, king d6. King d6. King d6 is the way. Oh, bishop g6 was another mistake, I must say. Knight f6, that's something, what was wrong with good old, that's really weird what's happening. So I should probably stop with my, with showing off my checkmating skills. Oh, well, he's actually practically made it, but he lost so many moves on the way, So last capture was on move 83, and now it's move number 118. Move number 118. So now you get the knight on b7, Boris. This way or another. If you like, you can do it via e4. So this square is taken by the bishop, so you no longer need the knight, right? It's a very awkward way, but he might be still on time. So that means move number 133 will end the game no matter what. It's either has to be a checkmate on the board, or Sarana will claim 50 moves rule. Not that many moves left. Knight to d5. And this. Okay, that's good enough. Does seem to be good enough, right? And then bishop to b5. Yeah, but it's still, it's such an awkward way, honestly. Such an awkward way to checkmate. And it's move 27, guys. Can you imagine? It's move 127, so it's 6 moves away. King goes to c7. Yes, now you only need 2 more moves. Bishop b7 check, and move number 130. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. It's move number 130, so 47 moves, 48 moves it took Boris Gelfand to finally checkmate Alexei Sarana for 100% result today. And let me check the scores. Yesipenko wins, and that's the only point Princes take in this match. So it's +2 victory again for the Kings. Kings win the match with 1 round to spare. They are on +5, so even if they lose 4-0, they've already won the match. And the fight goes for an individual best score fight between Andrei Yesipenko, who beats Evgeny Nair, and Boris Gelfand, who I'm ready to bet spent the most time over the board in this tournament, who made the most number of moves. I believe after such a performance, the next round will be postponed for some 10 minutes. Yeah, well, of course you can't force the players to start next round right after they finish the previous one. So I believe I'll make a quick break myself, as there was a lot of talking during this last 50 moves, and I'll be back in some 10 minutes, guys. We still have the last round. Well, perhaps a bit of an intrigue is lost as Kings already won the match, but still we are to see very, very entertaining games, so stay tuned. I'll be back shortly.
Что, завершающий тур нашего сегодняшнего турнира. Пожалуй, руки друг другу, черный клубничный белый.
Welcome back everyone. With team competition already being decided before the last round, let's not miss who is going to become the best scorer out of them all. It's Boris Gelfand versus Andrei Yesipenko. Not the pairing for the last round, the pairing is different, but those two have the best individual score in the tournament. Yesipenko has the white pieces against Alexei Shirov. Gelfand has the white pieces against Semyon Lomasov. Two other pairs, Tomaszewski against Yufa, Sarana against Nair. So to remind you, +5 for the Kings. So all my predictions about youngsters being stronger in the rapid happen to be wrong. It's in fact the experience what matters, and well, Gelfand especially being performing exceptionally well. Today it's +3, so 3 out of 3 for Boris Gelfand, absolutely incredible result. Right, not sure where to start. Yesipenko Shirov perhaps. So Andrei Yesipenko, as I said, one of the top scorers, has defeated Evgeny Nair in the previous game with black. The only loss of Andrei Yesipenko has happened today against Boris Gelfand. So the Slav defense with E3, so when you face Alexei Shirov, you can expect the Slav defense. Well, he's a known expert in Meran variation as well as, how do you call it, the Botvinnik system. Yeah, that's the line he has played against Alexei Sarala yesterday, even though unsuccessfully. And that's one of the perhaps the critical position of this E3 line, especially if black goes with plays the system with bishop f5, not bishop g4. The eternal question: should black provoke f3 or not? Because some people play it with bishop g6 immediately. Some, Alexei Shirov included, go for bishop e4 first, then go to g6. So the moment white captures on h6, black on g6, black captures with the h-pawn, opens the h-file, and f2, f3 is sort of a weakness. Bishop d2, a6, white goes for c5. Well, not sure if it's the usual way to play there, but it was played in our game. Bishop to e7, knight g6, h6, and castle long. Sacrifice, well, not sacrificing the h2 pawn because b7's hanging. But it's just that in many positions in this line, white is ready to sacrifice h2 in order to play for early e3, e4 quickly. Knight d7, knight to a4, trying to fight with the advance of the b-pawn for the time being. After rook b8, I'm wondering what black is, what white is planning to do. Rook b8 is on the board, so b6 or even b5 will be played sooner or later, unless white decides to put the knight on b6. Alexei Sarana and Evgeny Nair were on our screen. The English opening with g3 and then knight d4 was played. The line that was used by Vishy, Anand among the others. Well, one of the points being that white cannot actually capture. White cannot capture on e5 because of queen e7, knight d3, knight f3. I believe if you search the database, you'll find a few games that finished right there. One of the funniest moves white has at his disposal is knight g1, by the way, then later on going e3. Right, bishop g2, trade on f3 happened, bishop c5, both castled, e3, bishop b4, a curious move. So since e3 played, the bishop is somewhat restricted by his own pawn, and let's say if white goes d4, and then this position is very comfortable for black, who pretends to play the Rossolima Sicilian with colors reversed, right? So the bishop on c1 stupid, the e4 pawn strong, later on d6, bishop f5, keeping the stronghold on e4. So after bishop b4, white went for knight d5, trade, and c7, c5, which was replied. I mean, black c5 was met with d2, d4 by Alexei Serenov. So here, if black would have been able to trade everything and go d6, so imagine this bishop on b4 is not hanging, then it's actually black who is somewhat better. This structure, if the knights are not on the board, the bishop on f3 restricted by its own pawn, by white's own pawn on d5, and later on black puts the bishop on c5. But black is in no time to do this, right? The bishop on b4 hanging, which makes things incredibly awkward. Because guess what? If you move the bishop to a5, for instance, intending to put it to b6, white's going to play d6, and then now it's your bishop on c8, which is terribly placed. So black needs to react in some other way after d4, and it's not that easy to suggest the correct way of handling this position for black. Okay, more and more moves in Yesipenko-Shirov. Let me see what has happened there. After rook b8, king b1 was played by Andrei Yesipenko, and guess what? Shirov is going for it. He is capturing the pawn on h2. Bishop a5, bishop e1 happens to be the way white has the repetition. The bishop on a5 could not be taken because h2 rook is hanging. But it turns out it was never an intention of Andrei Yesipenko to go for a draw. He goes rook g1, planning for g4 and bishop g3. That's quite interesting. Because, yeah, since the intrigue in the match is dead, and Andrei had a fantastic tournament, shown a fantastic result, nobody would blame him if he would just repeat the moves, you know, finish with a draw and a very good, once again, very good, fantastic score for Yesipenko already. But man has the courage to play rook g1 and to fight in this position. Yeah, why not? g4, bishop g3 happens to be a very serious threat. Black has too many valuables on this diagonal, like rook on h2, queen on c7, bishop on b8, so, rook on b8, so bishop from g3 will certainly have some targets. Two more games. Daniil Yufa with black against Evgeny Tomashevsky. That's the position. And once again, Tomashevsky is trying something new. He's going for e4. Goes for bishop b5 check after the attempt to play the Sicilian. Knight d7, a6. Bishop goes to d3, knight f6. That's quite a popular line nowadays. After b5, white's playing c4, g5. I believe first appearance of this line was in the game of Magnus Carlsen, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop to f1, g4, knight h4, knight e5. All that been seen, I believe, and black has played e7, e6 quickly, so that means Daniil Yufa has this one prepared. So that's a pawn sacrifice, if I've ever seen one. Yeah, white can capture on b5, but his knight on h4 is seriously misplaced, right? So after this, I suspect it might as well be an immediate knight d7. Ah, wait, maybe you can't capture the pawn. I've easily said, yeah, white can capture the pawn on b5. Maybe knight fd7 refutes the whole thing. Because the knight is threatening, the knight is hanging, and after g3, well, g3 doesn't save you against queen h4. the important line, yeah, obviously there is a fork, but I thought queen to e5. No, black has one more knight, and then when you capture the queen, it's knight f3, and you still have some pieces to lose after knight f3 check. Therefore, knight d2 played first to be able to go g3. After knight d7, but then still knight d7, g3 is a must, and black has bishop e7, for instance, then planning to capture on h4. That's a very, very sharp position there. Very sharp position, and it seems Yufa has everything analyzed. He's on 15 minutes still, while Tomaszewski already has spent like 5-6 minutes to reach this position. And let me check the game of another exceptionally well-performing player, Boris Gelfand himself, against Semyon Lomonosov. It was really a peculiar situation in the previous game when I've declared that Gelfand will have no trouble whatsoever checkmating with bishop and knight, and then it took him 48 moves out of 50 you have at your disposal, but finally managed. And on 3 out of 3, will he make it will he make 100% result today? Right, yet another bishop b4 check from Semyon Lomonosov, knight d2, played by Gelfand, and once again we transpose into the Bogo Indian with knight bd2 and early d5, so typically black doesn't play d5 in such lines. It's a weird mixture of Bogo Indian and Rogozin defense as well, right? It's like you would have the knight on c3 in the Rogozin, bishop e7, queen to c2, knight back to b8. So yet another transposition. Now black is trying to play some sort of a queen's gambit, right? b6, Gelfand captures on b6, goes knight b3, that's important to stop a5. After bishop a6, white castles, trade on d3, knight e4, bishop to d2. If black doesn't get a5 or c5, that's a certain danger that his position is going to be squeezed slowly. Rook c1 to c2, double the rooks there, and you know, like all the maneuvers are known in this position. This is where the rooks are going to c1, c2. The bishop drops back to e1, then the knight moves, then if anything, white can play f3, and bishop from e1 goes to g3 to control b8. So that's a very pleasant position for white, and black certainly needs to look for possibilities to play a7, a5. And what's that one? That's Evgeny Nair against Alexei Sarana. Well, quite a change here. What have we seen? It was d4. No, that was my silly analysis. Bishop b4. Aha, so after d4, d7, d6, played by Evgeny Nair, d5, d5, e4, bishop h3, swap on g2, queen d7, bishop e3, c4. Honestly, I would expect this one to be better for white. We'll see. Queen e2, b5, a4, a6, rook a2, f5, f3. Well, maybe since black managed to play f5 early, right, maybe he will have enough counterplay, enough dynamic counterplay. But to go for this structure, that's, I don't think you do it with kind of easy heart. That's an unpleasant position. I mean, typically that's quite an unpleasant position. The d pawn is very strong. Not to mention that something like this is always, I mean, at least for me, it's like always concerning. This and then d6, you know, opening this bishop, and then b5 possibly. Okay, f3, Nair to move. F takes e4. Okay, white has to recapture. Then perhaps trade the rooks. Yeah, trade the rooks, go with other rook to f8. Queen e2. But still, white in the long run has this threat. Trade on b5 and go rook a7. Trade on b5 and go rook a7. Bishop on b4 is not doing much. So white still might be somewhat better in this position. Boris is walking. I mean, that's a surprise. That's a surprise. So that gives you an idea how comfortable his position is. And Shirov Yesipenko, everyone seems to be concentrated on this particular game. After rook g1, Shirov returns to h8, g4, b5 was played. You have kind of forcing matters, so the knight is targeted. White captures on b6, knight b6. Now bishop g3 is no longer an issue, I suspect, because what you can do is you can play bishop d6. After this trade and knight b6, black has perhaps various ways of winning the piece back. Knight to d7 seems fine, queen d8, and then rook b6 seems to be fine as well. So cb6, knight b6, bishop to a5, and knight f to d7. Black is pinned over there on this diagonal, but he's up a pawn, and queen a7 is his plan to unpin. It's like doubled pawns, so it might not be all that relevant for the time being, right? But the fact that black already starts having some counterplay on the queen side already counts for something. I suspect what you do is you go rook c1 and you try, to apply some pressure on the c6 pawn. You try to play for the queen side, strangely enough, and at some point the absence of this rook on the queen side will be felt, and then that's very typical of me. I will start to explain how black can make short castle, just to figure out that short castle is not a legal move in this position. If you guys remember, this rook went to capture the pawn on h2 and then go back. So if you are shown this position, the evaluation might really depend on the fact if rook was or was not moving. Because if black manages to castle and bring the other rook to the queen side, he might be okay. And I don't think, with white pieces being so far from the king side, I don't think castling short, if it would have been a legal move, would have been dangerous. If it would be a legal move, yeah, it would have been not that dangerous. But castle is not possible, so that promises white a decent play, I believe. Knight fd7, Yesipenko still thinking. So those two, Yesipenko and Gelfand, as I've mentioned, are competing for the best overall score. Tomaszewski is not that far behind. He could be just half a point behind. I didn't check Tomaszewski's result, to be honest. He might be just half a point behind Yesipenko and Gelfand. How about Tomaszewski and Ufa? What has happened there? After e6, knight d2, knight fd7 was played, bishop e7 was played, knight g2. Well, completely forgotten about this option, that white can, with knight on d2 guarding f3, white can actually move the knight back to g2. bc4, knight to e3. Black's knight's position on e5 is still very, very strong, right? So white finally prepares to capture on c4, I believe, with the knight. And black shows his intentions not to mess around, but to go h5, h4, open the h-file, attack the king. That's brave. That's really brave. So h4, what's the answer? What happens after knight e3 takes c4? I have to be precise because the other knight, of course, runs into knight f3. I suspect you need queen c7 in this case because d6 would be hanging. Do you? Yeah, perhaps you do. Because for a second I thought perhaps h4 is an alternative. So when you capture, h takes and then jump with the queen, maybe having some attacking intentions, but not with those guys, right? That's what people very often tend to forget, that in order for your attack to succeed, you actually have to have the material advantage on this particular part of the board. And if your guys, the rook on a8, the bishop on c8, are chilling in the other corner, you are very unlikely to succeed with your attack. So after h5 and knight e3 takes c4, apparently black has to spend the tempo on queen c7, which is Okay, okay, I was wrong. Let's see. Let's see. At least it makes it incredibly entertaining. Oh well, maybe I get the gist. After knight d6, perhaps king f8 is the move. So you keep this guy, and you're ready to trade the other bishop. Because knight c8, yeah, the bishop was very passive anyway. Yeah, knight c8, rook c8. This bishop all of a sudden jumps to c5. The king. Perhaps by this point you do not really care if your king is safe. You're trying to prove that your opponent's king is getting checkmated first. That's brave, really. And Tomaszewski is not in a hurry to capture the pawn on d6. Bishop g2. Typical of Evgeny Tomaszewski, rock-solid play. Who's on our screen? Sarana against Nair. Well, just what happened? All the pieces disappeared. Queen e2, ba4. For a second time, we see ba4, very unexpected move, I have to say. Rook a1, c3. This happens. Rook to c1, bishop d4, ed4, queen c4. So, 3 pawns, but all of them weak, or 2 pawns connected. What's better? What's more important? Not that easy to say, to be honest. I can see black playing some sort of queen b5 here. Once again. Well, wait a second. Is there d6? Yeah, there is d6. That's annoying. d6 with the tempo, which makes it awkward, because now takes and white might in fact be able to keep both of his pawns and also capture black's pawns. Should be good enough for a draw for black anyway. King f7, king e6, you make sure those pawns are blocked, you push your a pawn. Yeah, this probably should be enough for a draw. After queen c4. But really, the position I was curious about, and actually Nair is kind of going for it. a3, wait for white to capture on d4. I suspect that has to be the move. And then you go queen b5. And then you are threatening this, you are threatening to distract the rook in the right moment. Might be more than enough compensation. Feeling is, with this king being somewhat exposed, black at the very least will have the perpetual and might have even more than that. a3 played, yeah, a3 played, and the question is if white in fact captures the d4 pawn or does something else. Not without a chance for Evgeny Nair. Yeah, something like queen a6 can be answered with queen g4 once again, and it does look pretty dangerous. Perhaps you will have to trade the queens, but if you trade the queens, you are just dead lost after rook a8. What's important, the king is still in the square of that pawn. The king is still in the square of that pawn, so like rook f1, d3, a2, d2. So who's playing for win here? It's hard to say. Let me see again. Yesipenko versus Shirov. Now it's queen's appearance on h2. So, rook c1 was not played. Instead, white went for bishop d3. And it's queen h2, played by Alexei Shirov. Once again, if white captures on b6 twice, I assume bishop d8 is the key move. And Shirov makes sure he's winning the piece back. Okay. Yeah, and queen h2 unpins the knight on b6 while the queen is still active. I mean, in some lines there is actually, in this line, knight a4 happens to be a threat of winning the game in one move, right? So while I didn't like knight b6, but it might be that white actually needs to do this. Knight takes b6, knight takes b6 on the board. Knight takes b6, knight takes b6 on the board. Regrettably, there is no rook d2 because the other rook is hanging. It would be really nice to play rook d2, to chase the queen away, to guard b2, just like to connect the forces. Perhaps queen c2 is still not too late. Queen c2, hitting this, hoping to trade the queens. But still, it's, you know what, it's black who's playing for win, that's I'm certain. King d7. Yeah, it's certainly black who's playing for win. And I don't see a comfortable move for white. Yeah, somehow Yesipenko's opening choice didn't pay off, and perhaps he had to. Now with, you know, in hindsight, knowing what has happened in the game, perhaps bishop a5 and bishop e1 would have been a safer choice. Okay, let me see Tomaszewski UFO once again. It had the potential to become absolutely wild, but Evgeny Tomaszewski decided not to capture on d6. So he went for bishop g2, h takes happen, queen c7, b3, and queen to c5, played by Daniel Jufa. So if queens are traded, somehow it looks easier for black to operate. No longer seems to be such a terrible position after queen takes. I wonder if it's knight takes or ever d takes c5, because after bishop b2, black is just on time to play bishop f6. It's no, wait, that's wrong, because knight e5, knight e5, bishop e2. That's the way white's supposed to do it. So now at the very least there is a pin. Bishop f6 is met with knight c4. Still a pin there. You can't move the knight because e5, but luckily for you, you have rook h5, and perhaps black is still holding. Like, black needs a couple of moves, and he'll be absolutely fine. Well, after queen c5, Jufa decided to capture with the knight, and it's answered with bishop a3. So now some inconveniences, because all of that stuff starts to be hanging this way or another. If you trade on c4, I believe white captures with the knight, and then once again the threat of e4, e5 is real. Threat of e4, e5 is real. Like, for instance, case of bishop b7 seems to be a comfortable move. Opposing white's bishop on g2 with your pawn on b7, white has knight a5, and you're not happy with this position. So some problems to solve for Daniil Jufa. Meanwhile, Gelfand against Lomasov, well, the position has changed a bit. Black managed to push e6, e5 in some moment. Over here, right, black went for e5. Knight c5, queen d8, trade on d7, trade on e5. Still, against those hanging pawns, it's rather we can talk about the backward pawn on c6. Still, white's chances look very, very good. The bishop on e1 is not ideal, right? So now you will have to decide, is it bishop c3 trading the bishops, which is probably the recipe in this position, because the other option of going f3 and bishop g3 sometimes is better. You try to prove the bishop on f6 is not doing much, in fact, and your bishop on g3 is more active. But over here, f3 is connected with really weakening the e3 pawn, and therefore cannot recommend it. I suspect it just has to be bishop e3. Try to swap those, try to apply as much pressure as possible on the c6 pawn. Hopefully win it. And Boris is still walking in the playing hall. Is it a sign of him being nervous, or other way around? He's trying to show how comfortable his position is. That's again Sarana. Nair a3 was answered with rook a1. So white says, I'm in no rush on winning your pawns. And the A pawn seems to be tastier than the D pawn. Suspect Queen G4 is just answered with Queen to D3, covering the F3 square. Oh wait, it also can be answered with Rook A3 because E2 is protected and F3 is protected, right? So this queen has no squares to enter the white's camp. Queen D1, but there is no threat even on the next move. Queen D3 is there. Queen E1, Rook A2 is there. Yeah, it's a little bit passive, but as soon as the D pawn is going to start moving, white's, yeah, it's like white chances will be better. I'm guessing black's attack is not all that dangerous. We'll see. We'll see. Evgeny Nair, it will be not the first time he's going to prove me wrong if he will actually succeed with this attack. Rook C8, now I'm noticing there is Rook C8, and in case of Queen D4, Rook actually gets to the second rank with the check, and now we are talking something. Yeah, with, you know, if you're forced to go to the first rank, I'm afraid you're just lost after Queen H3. Rook C8 actually a serious business, and it was just played. So white apparently needs to move the queen back, but then at the very least black will have Rook C3. You know what? Yeah, after Rook C8, it changes the situation completely. It's certainly white who needs to be careful, because this Rook C2 threat is something not to be underestimated. Evgeny Tomaszewski on your screen. After Bishop A3, Bishop B7 was played immediately without previous exchange on C4. Bishop to C5, PC5, and now the knight is exchanged on C4. Rook A to D1 and Rook to D8. It's a pair of bishops for black, but not a kind of pair of bishops you are happy with, because potentially what can happen is, say, this, King C7 perhaps, E5. We trade the bishops, and this is incredibly weak pawn. That's an incredibly weak pawn. Knight E3, the pawn on G4 will constantly need assistance, and black, with his structure being such on the queen side, he barely has any active counterplay. Like, imagine this pawn on B files, or B5 would be an issue. So some open files, some options to push the pawns. Being as it is, it's kind of a somewhat stuck. Black is somewhat stuck with the counterplay. So I'm not necessarily claiming that's a lost position for black, but that be really hard one. Tomaszewski goes for the same idea with an immediate E5. Perhaps once again, if black trades, then the king is on E8 instead of C7. So I do understand what he means by not trading the rooks first. It's just that I thought about Bishop D5 immediately, but in this case, perhaps Knight E3 is the move. Yeah, very unpleasant position for Ufa, who's below 3 minutes. Really rough tournament for Daniel. Bishop G2, King G2. It all started with him not beating Sherov when he was winning practically in one move. It was yesterday. Played a very decent game overall, and then was spoiled the advantage when it was one move away from the victory. When he was one move away from the victory. Gelvan, meanwhile, has captured the pawn on C6. What's that? Queen D3, H5. And not exchanging the bishop, but just, well, no monkey business, just going for it. Queen A6 and Rook takes C6, because why not? Okay, black has to capture. White perhaps captures with the Rook. Yep, Rook C6 played. And Rook D8. Okay, so black tries to keep at least some attacking power on the board. White wins the pawn, but that's a little moment where white is still somewhat discoordinated, so black has ideas connected with h3, queen g4, plus d5, d4 break also will be in the air. And now white has to decide what to take care of first. What to take care of first. Ends up playing h2, h3, so preventing queen g4, preventing black from playing h4, h3 himself. But now d4, yeah, d4 is on the board. d4 seems to generate a very, very dangerous counterplay, because knight e4, the d file opens, white piece is somehow stuck on the queen side. White has no option of preventing the opening of the position. There is no e4, which is, by the way, a very typical move for this kind of structures. Imagine white queen on d3. White would perhaps at least consider going e4 to keep the central files closed. Now he doesn't have such luxury, and I'm actually not sure what he's supposed to do, because I mean, he can try to swap more pieces. You can do this, but then d takes e3, and with this file being open, it's like your king is in danger, and how valuable your extra pawn on the queen side is, it's not clear, right? Rook c7, the endgame might be acceptable. I mean, first of all, there is a capture on f2, and even a move like queen d1 might work, because queen f7 happens to be only one check. The queen from d1 guards h5 as well. E takes d4, played by Boris Gelfand, so at least to keep the kingside structure intact after bishop takes d4. Let's see. He desperately needs to return the pieces into proper squares. Like move the rook back, move the queen back, perhaps all the way to f1, and then knight c6 or knight c4. Try to get rid of as many minor pieces as possible. That's the price you have to pay in order to, spend few tempi capturing the pawn in the position where your opponent still has some counterplay. Okay, I believe we are back to Tomaszewski's and Ufa. Well, somehow Ufa managed not to fall apart. A trade on... Okay, so that perhaps was what Evgeny Tomaszewski has missed? Question mark. Rook d5. Okay. Rook d5, so no knight e3 because e5 pawn's hanging. Rook's traded, knight e3, d4, knight g4, extra pawn for white, but king gets to e6, that's what Daniel Ufa thought. e6 and knight e5. Very thematic break once again. No king d6, no king d8, not that anyone wants to play king d8, but no king d6, that's important because of knight f7 check. King goes to c7, and Tomaszewski is thinking knight g6 followed by rook e6 is the possibility. But then, then still rook h7 is a must. White captures and bishop d6. The knight is somewhat stuck, and black still has some chances, some counterplay with those passed pawns. Well, one passed pawn in fact, but if the king gets there, then c5, c4 also can be played. So Tomaszewski is spent some time thinking here and ended up playing knight d3. So decided not to go after this pawn. A bit of a surprise, but you know what, in this position with this blockade knight on d3, he's still better with white. He's still better, but no extra pawns. Well, chances for black to survive. Switching to Sarana and Nair. Let me see what happens there. Well, a lot of stuff happened. To rook c8, queen b3 was played. Queen went here, d6, rook to e1, h5. Yeah, you need to get rid at least of those back rank threats. Queen back to d7, rook f1. So nobody's interested in capturing those pawns. Queen c6 check, rook to e8, queen d3 and a2. Just hinting at the fact that you didn't take it, maybe it will survive. I'm actually having some queen c3 threats. Well, not for real, because those are monsters. If you trade the queens, d7, e6 wins for white. Let's see. No, but it is an irritating pawn, of course, the pawn on a2. Queen g6. What to do? Yeah, it's like you almost forced to promote into a queen, right? Ah, no, wait a sec. Hang on a second. d3. So if... Yeah, I'm afraid I cannot stop there because both of them are so short on time. Well, in fact, Nair is low on time and Sarana is just playing very fast. Check, and then, yeah, and then queen a2 is going to happen, right? And that's why Evgeny Nair is thinking, because king h8 allows queen a2, and after rook e5 there is a check from f8, and then white continues giving those checks. I'm not sure if it's enough though. King h7, check from a2, and king g6, queen f7, back to h7 might be not more than a draw for white. Let's see. d7 played, queen b6 check. So now where the king is going? King goes there, check on c6. Is it some sort of a weird perpetual? Well, both sides having those passed pawns that far advanced. But yeah, but I'm afraid after king h3, black slowly runs out of checks, and the moment he will have to play the rook, I mean the passive move is the rook, that will be game over. I don't see it. Yeah, that's the difference, that white pawns are connected. That's very important. Like, for instance, in this line, rook g8, you can give a check from h5, then trade on h6, then go e6, and just like your rook stops both black pawns, but white are marching to promotion. Yosipenko loses to Alexei Shirov. That's the updated result. Andrei Yosipenko loses to Alexei Shirov. I don't know if this is the final position. Did he lose on time? The position is terrible as well. Yeah, a4, for instance, wins on the spot. Yeah, so yet another victory for the Kings. And now Gelfand, even in case of a draw, has a chance to show the best individual result in the tournament. Well, in case of a draw, he might be caught by Tomaszewski if Tomaszewski wins against Ufa. So, well, to be safe, to be assured of the best individual result in the tournament, Gelfand needs to win his game. Speaking of Tomaszewski and Ufa, it does look completely winning for Evgeny Tomaszewski, thanks to this rook h7 move. Ah, no, wait, hang on a second. Rook e8, I was thinking of this. Knight g6, trade everything on e7, that's how thinking works. Trade everything on e7, black is forced to recapture because it's too much, and then take ba4. Well, actually we do get this position on the board. The trick is, after, say, knight takes e7, the move that wasn't played, black would capture on b3 first, and only then take on e7, and God knows what's the resulting pawn endgame is. So Tomaszewski preferred to be on a safe side, goes knight e5. Now black is somewhat paralyzed there, at least the bishop cannot be moved because of rook d7 checkmate. Well, you should be careful moving the rook as well, because rook b8 runs into rook takes e7, followed by the fork on c6. So certain difficulties for black with the moves, but rook a8. Wait, rook a8. Well, it's almost a study-like position where black is black in the Zugzwang. That's just incredible. Rook a8 runs into knight c4 check. You have to go to d7 to defend the knight, and then knight b6. It's absolutely incredible position. So it seems the only move for black not to drop any material is to go to g8. Well, rook f8 technically is the move, right? Because the pawn endgame apparently is not yet winning for white if you go rook e7. But white has f4, and push the g-pawn. The rook c8 loses. Rook c8 loses. I mean, it's like everything. Apparently the position's lost already. Yeah, rook g8 played. Hang on a second. I don't have such liberty as moving my... yeah, g4. g4 is good. g4. In this case, however, there is d3. So one has to be careful. g4, d3. Let me see. Rook g8, Tomaszewski thinking he's down to seconds as well. Meanwhile, Sarana wins against Nair, so it's 1-1. Gelfand and Lomasov, let me see what happens there. Well, a lot of stuff has happened. Gelfand's king is not getting checkmated on h2, so that was an important move, g2, g3, and he will capture the pawn on a7, and his pawns are very, very dangerous. Rook a2, g takes h4, and similarly, wait. Now, Lomasov has found a very nice way. So check on d3, king g3, and knight takes b4. Knight takes b4, so white has to capture on a7. White is still up a pawn, but with those two pawns on h-file, I believe there are serious chances black saves this one. There should be possible to save with the right play, but of course it will be very, very tough still. Knight c2, knight b5, yeah, no rook endgames for you. Knight b5, of course, and then push the a-pawn, yeah. It might be yet another masterpiece in the endgame by Boris Gelfand. g7, g6, a-pawn marches forward. By the way, the knight is freed, so some knight d6 might happen. Okay, now it's an important question. After knight e3, there is no question. Knight d6, knight f5 should be just a draw, right? Oh, still tricky. Trade, get it to a6, you know. Okay, we'll see. Gelfand goes a5. This marches forward after knight f5 brings the king closer. Yeah, those a-pawns, well, the rook pawns are very dangerous because knights are notoriously bad fighting those rook pawns. So, and especially if you capture on h4 in this moment. Guess what? Your knight will never be in time to be traded for the a-pawn. That's perhaps the whole idea of black's defense, because it's very unlikely you'll be able to stop the a-pawn, so it will cost you something. And what black has to do is try to eliminate both h-pawns and sacrifice the knight for the a-pawn. Ufa and Tomaszewski still in progress. Let me see. Well, looks completely winning for Tomaszewski. 2 pawns up. King b4, king back to d3. Because apparently what Ufa is relying on is sacrificing the bishop for those 2 pawns and somehow getting rid of the last pawn remaining. Rook e4, pushing the king back. Perhaps deprives black from this possibility. And then, you know, knight to f3, king to e3. Protect everything and push the pawn slowly. So here Tomaszewski seems to be winning. If I've counted everything right, he surpasses Yosipenko after Yosipenko's loss. So if Gelfand wins, he will be the best individual performer. If he makes a draw, they will tie with Evgeny Tomaszewski. Okay, so h5 was played a couple of moves ago, just trying to deflect the pawn. Okay, capture on g6, king g6, check from b6, and the pawn is making one more step forward. Yes. a6, and then a7 is going to be the next step. Really hard for black. Okay, a check from a4, king goes to f3. You do have knight d4 check. You do have knight d4 check, yeah, and the rook endgame. And let's see. Boris goes king e3 quickly, trying to run as quick as possible. Should be a draw, this one. King to g5, king to c3. f-pawns moving. Okay, so king b3, not much to do otherwise. Yeah, I wonder if Gelfand should have pushed the pawn one step further. Well, perhaps it would still be a draw. Yeah, very nice defense by Semyon Lomasov. So looks like he will escape with the draw here. It was very, very tense game. Yeah, somewhat unlucky for Andrei Yesipenko, I have to say. Really, it was an outstanding result, and then it was somewhat spoiled on the last day, but still, the young man deserves full credit. H4 check by Boris Gelfand. What's that? Rook captures. Oh no, there was absolutely nothing. Yeah, for a second I thought, wow, what a brilliant move. Hang on a second, rook b4. There should be the way for black to put the rook behind, right? Is there still a chance? I don't quite understand what's going on. Just go back, right? Okay, check from h3, king b2. Now you go back. Now you go back. Yeah, that was a correct check. Well, actually, he should have checked few more times to make sure the king goes to a3, because it was the only way to hide the king. Okay, a7, rook to a8. Now, if you put the rook on a4, I suspect black is just on time with the king, right? King b4, king d6. Oh no, he isn't. He isn't. That's actually the way to lose. That's actually the way to lose. King d6, king b5, and king a6 is very important. But anyway, Boris offers a draw. Boris offers a draw without making his next move. So figuring out there is absolutely no way for him to win this game. And Daniil Yufa loses to Evgeny Tomaszewski. Poor Daniil, he had quite a few promising positions in this tournament, but ended up not winning a single game, and the last day was simply a disaster. Only half a point out of 4. So another, this time minimal victory for the Kings. Shirov and now wait a second. Yeah, Shirov and Tomaszewski winning their games. Nair losing to Sarana, and Gelfand making a draw. So +6 for the older team, for more experienced team, and this +6 comes from Rapid. So interestingly enough, that's the lesson to learn for younger generation. Stay focused till the end, because it was all equal till the very last day, and then out of 16 games, right? Is that correct? Yeah, so we had 4 rounds and 4 games in each round. The last day turned into a disaster for a younger team. Out of 16 games, they've scored -6. So this will be the end of it. Once again, there have been quite a few really nice games. There have been quite a few memorable moments. Well, some mistakes were made. Some really quality chess games were played there. I believe we can call Nutcracker, and let's stop the confusion. That's Nutcracker 2019. That is played in 2020 March. Once again, a reminder, it's a traditional Christmas tournament which was postponed from the last year, so Nutcracker 2019 is in the books, and let's see what happens the end of this year, because we might have the same tournament with the same name, December 2020. It was a pleasure working for you guys. Thanks for watching me. Thanks for interacting in the chat. And we'll see you soon, because the candidates tournament is about to start in a week or something, right? And I'll be part of the broadcasting team, so we'll have the pleasure to work for you. Thanks a lot once again, and signing off. Thanks for watching. See you next time.